Has been our.
What about you, Steph?
I like to mix it up. My husband is a much more of a straight and narrow, so sometimes he wants to go back to the same
places.
Yeah.
You
So
go
sometimes
everywhere.
that can be a
A little disconnect. It's all right. You're at the stage now where you don't get to choose.
That's right.
go anywhere.
Yeah, about
So it doesn't
15 more
matter.
years. There we go. All right, we're out of time.
We'll see you tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We appreciate you joining us today. We are tracking a number of live events that are going on, including a couple of things going on live right now in Capitol Hill, on Capitol Hill, I should say, where just like yesterday, we are seeing some testimony and hearing some testimony from a number of Trump administration officials. Let me give you a live look as Secretary of Homeland Security Mark Wayne Mullen is testifying right now. He is testifying about the budget, a number of budget hearings that are going on Capitol Hill today. We are also hearing from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is testifying right now. Also a budget hearing in front of a committee there. So Secretary Mullen testifying in front of the House Homeland Security Committee. Secretary Rubio testifying in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee right now. So we are watching those things. But right now I want to get you to Miami, where State CFO Blaise Ingoglia is speaking at a news conference. We're going to get you back to the very beginning of this so that you didn't miss anything. It did start a few minutes ago, but let's go ahead and listen in as Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz, a number of other officials joining Blaise to talk about hurricane preparedness. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Facing the most difficult times our communities can face. I also want to thank our media partners who are here present. Your role in delivering accurate and timely, potentially life-saving information to our residents is incredibly important, and we really appreciate your partnership. Hurricane season is here, and for law enforcement, preparation begins long before the weather changes. During a hurricane, our deputies play a critical role protecting lives and neighborhoods, supporting emergency operations, assisting with evacuations and roadway safety, maintaining security in impacted areas, helping our community respond and recover. Hurricanes are unpredictable, but preparedness cannot be. That is why our deputies train, coordinate, and prepare long before a storm ever reaches our community. To our residents, know your evacuation zone. Have a family communication plan. Don't wait until there's failures in the self-service to figure out how you will contact each other. Build your emergency kits today. Follow trusted official information, emergency alerts, and guidance from local officials. Follow the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office on social media and official channels for timely updates. One of the things that we've seen time and time again in our community is when we have these kind of storms is people will drive through flooded areas. Don't drive through a flooded area. You do not know what lies beneath the water and the dangers that lie within. Avoid unnecessary travel. Obey road closures and never drive around barricades and through standing water. Also, be alert for scams, fraud, and price gouging and suspicious activity before and after the storm. You will hear about where you can report any suspicious behavior such as that during those critical times. The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office stands ready and will continue to work around the clock to help keep our community safe before, during, and after hurricane season. Prepare early, stay informed, and stay safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce and welcome Blaise Ingoglia, Chief Financial Officer for the state of Florida.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you for your leadership and what you've been doing for the community. I am Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia. I'm also serving as State Fire Marshal for this great state, the great state of Florida. You are on site here at a USAR training facility, and I cannot thank our partners, both in law enforcement and in fire rescue, and in particular our workhorses, the USAR teams that go out first, boots on the ground, get into areas after hurricane-impacted areas, clear the areas, save lives. Thank you for everything that you do, and it's important that we're having this press conference at this USAR training facility because if you've walked around and you've seen, there's a lot of sort of like disaster areas set up meant to happen, meant to look like real life situations after a hurricane. And when these guys go on across the state into hurricane impacted areas, some of the things that you're seeing out there look like rubble right now, but what's beyond the rubble and beneath the rubble are sometimes human lives. And these are the guys who go out and save them and put their lives on the line, rescuing the people after these natural disasters. So, gentlemen, thank you for everything that you do. I want to thank all of our first responders here today. I also want to thank Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz. I just love Sheriff Rosie. I don't even want to say the last name. Just Sheriff Rosie. Rep. Omar Blanco is here today. Miami-Dade Fire Chief Ray Hadala. Dr. Jesse Spiro, the Assistant Director of the Miami-Dade County Emergency Department of Emergency Management. Thank you all for being here today. So here we are. Hurricane season has finally come. As of Monday, it is official. We are in hurricane season. Over the next 5 months, we will be monitoring any severe or potential severe weather threats that can impact our state. But the reason why we are here today is I feel that we need to take, as a state, a little bit more of a proactive stance when it comes to hurricane preparedness. We are very good. Our partners with DEM, local emergency management, our law enforcement, our fire rescue, our USAR teams, along with the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis and the whole cabinet, we have been very good at putting our communities back together and responding. I would like us to focus a little bit more on the front end and having everyone prepare and know what to do before a hurricane strikes, because it will cut down on the chaos. It will probably save time, energy, and most importantly, lives. So the more we can do this on the front end, the better off we will be back on the opposite side of a severe weather event. But the time to prepare for hurricanes that are headed our direction is now. It's not right when we are in the cone. It is now. Let's not wait for a named storm. Let's prepare now. And by simply taking a few proactive steps today, we can make all the difference in tomorrow. And one of the easiest ways to protect your loved ones, your family, your property is to prepare. On your next grocery store run now, just think about stocking up on the things that you need: bottled water, canned food, batteries. This is easy preparation that can help you give peace of mind. One of the things that frustrates me, not only as somebody in this position, but somebody as a Floridian, is I see these long lines when a hurricane gets in the cone, and they're usually in line, whether it is a grocery store or whether it is a hardware store or a large chain. It's usually things that they could have gotten way in advance. And there are people who are on those lines that probably need things that they actually need now, and it might be something to batter down the hatches or to prevent flooding. And if you're standing behind somebody that's just getting water, that's something you could have done months ago and prevent those long lines. And another thing is that if you proactively start getting all this stuff now, I think we need to start thinking about how we put people's lives in danger restocking the shelves. So think about this. If you have a whole community, theoretically, wind up getting all the stuff you need, the water, the batteries, extra, a generator, all that stuff in advance, that means the shelves on these grocery stores they remain full. And then over-the-road truck drivers really risk their lives bringing during storms, restocking. Let's not put them in harm's danger. So being proactive saves a lot of time and energy. It's important to have your documents protected and organized, and we'll go over some of that. A hurricane, as we know, can get stronger and change direction at a moment's notice. So if you already have an emergency action plan and kit, you are way ahead of most people. There's a couple of things that I want. If we can just clear these charts just real quick. I'd like the media in the room and the photographers to just focus on each one of these. We're going to go over these, but I want you guys, our media partners, to get a shot of this, whether it's a still, whether it's a video, and we want you to use this as B-roll. Please take this, put it up on social media, put it up in your newscasts, because this is the stuff that we want to concentrate on. Now, we're going to go over this. We'll just give you another second. Make sure you get this. Okay. You guys can go back. Just make sure, because this is the stuff that's important. So we'll go over some of this. So before a storm strikes, these are some helpful hints before and after the storm. Make an emergency kit with batteries and water bottles. We went over this, sort of a common sense. Make sure your generators are functioning correctly and know proper generator safety. Do not use a generator indoors, because if you do, these guys have to come out and save you. Please, that is dumb. Don't do it. Another thing that I've seen is they sort of have to put it really close to the house. If you have a generator, make sure that you have an extension cord. Go buy the extension cord now, because I see people have problems with that. You get one long enough to be in a safe area, well ventilated, and then you can run the extension cord in the house. Make sure that your generator is functioning. So start it now. Make sure it's primed. A lot of times we see that if a generator is sitting there for months, the spark plugs start going. Make sure that they're working. If not, go get it now. Don't be the person sitting online, taking up time and energy, trying to get into a hardware store with long lines just for a couple of spark plugs. Please don't be that person. Check your home and flood insurance coverage. Then compare options to make sure you have protection that you need at the best value. We have done some really good stuff with bringing more insurance companies into the state. There are a lot more options for you today than there were 3, 4, 5 years ago. 20 new companies have just entered the market over the past 3 years. Look at your insurance policy, see if you're getting the best price for the best value. If you're going to shop now, because once a hurricane is in an area, they are not going to be able to write. Start doing that now. Another thing that you should check is see what your insurance policy covers, how much it covers. We have seen a rapid rise in prices of real estate and homes here in the state of Florida. So if you have a policy that covers $400,000 of a dwelling, and now your home is worth $500,000, you are underinsured. If a storm comes and you have to rebuild your home, you only have insurance for $400,000. So make sure that your insurance policy is actually meeting the current value of your home. Go out and start pricing that stuff out. Conduct a home inventory with photos and videos of inside and outside of your home. This is extremely important. I want everyone to start thinking about doing this now. I want you to do it 2 times. Now, and then if a storm is coming. Everyone here now, today, should take your cell phone and walk around your house, the inside of your house, the perimeter of your house, the outside of the house, inside every room, up and down, floor to ceiling, and then go around the perimeter outside your house if you have a fence. Take pictures of all of it. Then do the same thing with video. And when you're taking the video, take the video, walk around the house, and narrate it. Okay, I want you to say, this is the fence that we put up in 2008. Yes, we pulled the permits this way. Code enforcement doesn't get you. This is, the type of fence. Go inside, walk around the house, show the roof line. Go inside, go into your kitchen and say, these are the brand new cabinets that we put in. This is the brand new granite top that we just put in. Narrate everything. Take pictures and photo of almost everything you possibly can. And the reason why you do it now is because if a storm comes and you're not in the area, you already have an inventory. But it's important because if there's ever a dispute of what an insurance company will say that wasn't in the house or wasn't the condition of the house, you now have a detailed recording of exactly what it is, and it will be much easier to have those conversations with your insurance company. I do not want any insurance company delaying or arguing with policyholders after a hurricane over minuscule stuff like that. Let's make it irrefutable and unimpeachable. If you have the information, the insurance company, if it's covered and if it is an accurate claim, should be able to pay out relatively easy on that stuff. That is important. And then when you have something inside the cone or something is approaching, do it again. It is much easier to have a lot of information than too little information. Then what I want everyone to do, and this is important also, is make sure that all of what's on your phone gets backed up to the cloud. Now, some devices automatically back up to the cloud, but then if you don't, I would get an app that automatically backs up also. So this way, if something ever happens to the phone, you still have the videos, you still have the pictures. In addition, what I want you to do is I want you to go and take out all of the pertinent information, the documents that you have. You might have a title to a boat or a title to a car. You might have your insurance policy. Take pictures of it, front and back. Let that upload it to the cloud. Because if your house is damaged and all of those documents wind up you losing them, you now have all the information that you have on your policy, the policy number, the number to call, all the important information. In addition to that, we want you to get dry boxes. Get a dry box, put all of the important documents in the dry box. I would go a step further. I would seal the dry box with more tape and put it in a location. So in the event of a storm, you will have it. Have cash on hand in case systems are down after a storm. If they don't have electric and you have, and if you have some of these grocery stores or mom and pop shops opening up, they may be able to transact in cash. But if the electric's down, they're not going to be able to take credit cards. So make sure that you have sufficient cash on hand in order to get through the storm until you get back up and running. Know your zone and know your home, knowing what evacuation zone you're in and understanding your abilities home to withstand strong winds and heavy rain can make all the difference in preparing your storm. If you have a newer home that was built over the last 10 or 15 years, your home is probably built to code where it will withstand pretty decent hurricane winds. But if you're still in the wind zone and they want you evacuated, please heed all the warnings. One of the challenges that DEM at the state level has is you may have a brand new home built to current wind standards, and you are 15 to 20 miles inland and people are evacuating. There's probably not a need to evacuate at that because your home is going to be able to withstand it, and all you're going to do is just clog up the roads, and you're going to make it harder for the people in those low-lying prone areas to get out. So please know your home and know your zone. You can find your zone at floridadisaster.org/know your zone. Now, after the storm, this is important. If a storm hits, now I want to clarify, it is not a question of when a storm is going to hit. It is a question of if. We got very lucky. We were blessed last year not to have any storms hit the state of Florida. I hope and I pray it does not happen again. I hope and I pray it doesn't happen next year or the year after that, but that is not the reality. The reality is that we are a peninsula jutting out into the Atlantic, jutting out into the Gulf of America. Yes, I said Gulf of America. And we are eventually going to get hit with the storm. So these will help you after the storm, these tips. Report damage to your insurance, to your agent or insurance company, and keep a log of all communications with the insurance company adjusters. Not only the adjusters, I would keep a log of everyone that you possibly could talk to. If you're on the phone and you are tech savvy, use the note apps on your phone. Denote the time that you spoke to, the person's name, any identifying markers, if they have a badge number or an ID number, the phone number that you called and where they said they were. Now, if you're not tech savvy, a notepad will suffice. Do the same thing. But if you use a notepad, take a picture of the notepad, upload it to the cloud so you have that information also. Beware of fraud scams. Now, look, the reality is that this is a very large state, a state that is prone to natural events like hurricanes, and unfortunately there are people with bad intentions that descend on the state of Florida after a hurricane or after these weather events. They're not, a lot of these people, not all, there's plenty of really good people willing and helping, reputable people putting the communities back together. But there are people out there who will look to take advantage of people in these desperate situations. Now, our criminal investigations division, we are doing a very good job with putting some of these scamsters away and putting them behind bars. That's what we're doing. But it's much easier just not to put people in harm's way. So please listen to these, because these are important. You're going to see fraudsters come out of the woodwork. It just is what it is. If you have somebody knocking on your door after a hurricane, okay, chances are, if they're knocking on the door like a day after the hurricane, it's probably somebody that's trying to take advantage of you, right? So the first thing I would do is ask them who they are, if they have any identification on them. Reputable companies will have something hanging around their neck, so when they approach the door, they're showing ID, right? Ask them what their name is. Ask them who they are, where they're from, ask them for a badge number, anything you have. In addition, not only do that, look at what they were driving, okay, and see if they're coming in some sort of official vehicle. If you have an insurance on your home, and all of a sudden you're looking at the person at your door is driving the same insurance company policy car that you have, then chances are, but don't take anything for granted. Get their card. Another thing that I want you to do is when they're in front of you, take your phone out and take a picture of them. Because one of the things that I hear from law enforcement all the time is, hey, I just got scammed out of money. Somebody was going to come fix my roof. They wanted $1,000 down. They take the $1,000 and they take off, which is very hard for them to track. And they say, do you have a picture? No. Right? Because it's really hard. Now that's when they start looking for ring cameras across the street, and they do all what law enforcement does. Take a picture. If it is a reputable person, they will have no problem with them taking a picture of you. So keep that in mind. Verify the license of contractors or adjusters. You're going to get text messages incessantly after a storm because they geolocate the area of the storm. They pull all the data. They purchase all the data of all the cell phone numbers, and they will start flooding the area with these text messages saying, hey, I can fix your roof. I will make an appointment. I will swing by. A lot of times we see that they come by. They will ask for deposits. And what they'll do, and the scam works like this, they'll knock on 40, 50 doors, and they'll say, I can fix that roof for X amount of dollars. This is what I need. I need a $1,000 deposit. I need you to sign this contract. They go to 50 people at $1,000 a person at $50,000, and then they head off back to Maine or Massachusetts or wherever they're from, never to be heard of again. Don't be that person. Verify all of the information. Get the card, get the license number. Do not be scammed. Don't rush into signing a contract with anyone, a public adjuster or a contractor, without first calling our Consumer Services Division and verifying the information. You can reach them at 1-877-MY-FL-CFO. They can answer any insurance claims insurance questions, and they can help you with assistance with filing claims. We are here to help you. In addition to what we're doing here, being proactive, holding these news conferences with our elected leaders and our community leaders across the state, we are launching a new initiative where we are trying to go out. In addition, we are trying to go out directly to the people in hurricane-prone areas. Our office has launched a new statewide hurricane preparedness initiative to inform Floridians about hurricane safety tips so they can be prepared for hurricane season. Insurance experts from our office are actually boots in the ground, walking hurricane-prone areas and dropping off literature to all of the doors in those areas with information that you see here, important information about a lot of the information we go over here, important phone numbers to call, and we're asking them to save this information because the first thing that happens in a hurricane is you start looking for the information when you put your life together. We're going to drop it off at your doors. So they've been out walking the neighborhoods, knocking on doors across the state, handing out brochures on how to prepare for a storm and what to do after the storm. So far, our teams were boots on the ground visiting Lee, Orange, Miami-Dade, Fort Lauderdale, Leon, Hillsborough, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties. We started this initiative with about 3 3 months in May, and we've already knocked on over 6,500 doors to educate Floridians about how to be proactive during storm season. Our goal is to continue doing this every day, every week during hurricane season until the season ends. We are not going to stop trying to prepare and educate people on what to do before and after a storm in order to save people's property and their lives. As State Fire Marshal, my team is also in charge of coordinating urban search and rescue teams. That's why these guys are near and dear to my heart. During an emergency evacuation and activation, these teams are made up of the best firefighters across the state. I will say this, I've said it before, I will say it again, Florida firefighters are the best in the nation. And the USAR teams that we have in Florida are the best of the best. So thank you guys for what you do. Thank you for your courage and your resilience to provide life-saving assistance and resources to Floridians after they have faced devastation from a hurricane. Today, we also have our insurance experts in the back. Guys, if you can raise your hands. I appreciate you guys being here. These are the guys who have been, who are there to help. They're on the other side of the 877 MyFLCFO. They're the ones to give out the information, and they're also the ones walking and knocking on doors. God bless you. So we appreciate you guys. So now I'm happy to, we have some speakers, and after the speakers, more than happy to answer any questions. Miami-Dade Fire Chief Ray Hadala, you're up.
All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Miami-Dade Fire Rescue's Urban Search and Rescue Training Center. I want to start off by thanking everyone for in attendance, especially our elected leaders, and of course our first responders with the Sheriff's Office, and true to my heart, dear to my heart, the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue's Urban Search and Rescue, which I've been a part of for the last 23 years. And you've been hearing the common theme in regards to be prepared and don't be complacent. And one of the things I just want to mention in regards to what, here in Miami-Dade County between the Sheriff's Office and Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, our task force is ready to respond whenever we are needed. Our commitment begins here at home. We're prepared to assist our residents and visitors throughout Miami-Dade County, and we're also here ready to support our neighboring communities throughout the state of Florida, the United States, and of course internationally. Florida Task Force 1's mission is to respond to natural and man-made disasters by providing search and rescue, emergency medical support, communications, and damage assessment. Florida Task Force 1 is made up of highly trained personnel, such as rescue specialists, physicians, building engineers, communications, logistics, and of course, part of the Sheriff's Office. We also maintain specialized swift water for flood rescue capabilities. The experience of Florida Task Force 1 has been tested time and time again during the most significant emergencies in our history. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue has been in existence for well over 40 years, and these missions have helped shape the expertise and readiness in our team. So again, as you've been hearing, time and time again in regards to the common theme, please have a plan, please be prepared, and don't be complacent. So thank you.
Next up, Dr. Jesse Spiro, Assistant Director at the Miami-Dade County Department of Emergency Management. Doctor.
Good morning. Thank you all. I'm going to just echo some of the points that were made here by these fine officials helping to support the preparedness and resiliency of our community. We have entered our hurricane season. This is 6 months of a Groundhog Day. Every single day we're going to wake up, we're going to check the National Hurricane Center, we're going to check the weather maps, we're going to see what our threats and hazards are, and hopefully we can make it through another season without being impacted. But it's a long season, so make sure you're prepared. So just 4 quick points that I want to emphasize. Have a plan, make a kit, be informed, and get involved. By having a plan, you know your evacuation routes, you know what it is that you can do to protect your home and property, having shutters in place, having your insurance up to date. This is all important information that you can do to help prepare yourself. Making a kit, you can usually get a lot of these supplies from around your home. This would be non-perishable food items. Make sure that if you have canned goods, you have a manual can opener as well instead of an electric one. Make sure that you have 1 gallon per person of water per day, and we ask that you have 7-day supply of that as well. We're trying to build a more resilient community down here, so 7 days is what we're asking you to do. Also, make sure that you have supplies in your kits for your loved ones, your young family members, if you have children, if you have older adults in your home, if you have pets, make sure you have ample supplies for them as well. Also, being informed. Knowing where this information is that can help keep you safe during hurricane season is very important. Please download the Miami-Dade Ready app from the app stores and follow us online. You can also follow the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service Miami, as well as your local news media as well. Those are trusted sources we want you to follow. And then lastly, get involved. Getting involved in your community helps support that resiliency effort that we're trying to achieve here. We have a community emergency response team. It's a volunteer program in which we train individuals and communities on how to prepare for all sorts of disasters. You can also volunteer for organizations from the non-governmental side, such as the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and dozens of others. In addition, if you can't do that, you don't have time for that, one of the things you can do is be an ambassador in your community. Get to know your neighbors, get to know them, build nice, workable, trusting relationships with all those individuals, and be sure to keep them informed throughout the entire hurricane season and beyond, and also be able to provide assistance to them and check in on them if something does happen this hurricane season. For more information, you can follow us at miamidade.gov/DEM. That's miamidade.gov/DEM for information related to emergency management. A prepared community is a resilient community. Thank you this hurricane season, and hopefully we get through it nice. And the end of October and November can't come soon enough for us. So thank you very much.
That's a news conference continuing in Miami just moments ago. We will hear also coming up in a little bit as the CFO was asked some questions. We still have a lot to get to here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are going to take a break, but we will be
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're just a few days away from National Naloxone Awareness Day, and joining us live now to talk about that, the importance of that, many of the events that are going on as well to mark that and raise awareness. We are pleased to be joined this morning. Pleased to be joined by Leah Shepard, Executive Director of the Victoria's Voice Foundation. Leah, thank you so much for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me.
So first of all, we are coming up on National Naloxone Awareness Day. Just to talk to me about the message that you hope people to keep in mind as we get closer to this day.
Sure. 11 years ago, on June 6, 2015, David and Jackie Siegel's daughter, Victoria, died of an accidental drug overdose. And at the time, first responders did not carry naloxone, which is commonly known as Narcan. And the Siegels believed that if first responders had had Narcan on hand when they arrived at her home when Victoria still had a pulse, that she might still be alive today. And in the past 11 years, the Siegel family and Victoria's Voice have worked tirelessly to make sure that every family member, every American knows about the importance of carrying naloxone and how it can help save a life.
And so this is something that the Victoria's Voice Foundation has really pushed for to raise awareness on this. Talk to us about the efforts of your organization.
It is. It's one of the main pillars of our foundation. We worked with the federal government. We have a bipartisan resolution that we started in 2023 with Senator Rick Scott from Florida and Senator Ed Markey from the state of Massachusetts to create National Naloxone Awareness Day on June 6 in honor of the day that Victoria died. And in the last 3 years since we've started this organization and started this national campaign, we've reached over hundreds of thousands of Americans, not only with the message of the importance of carrying it, but we've also started a Light Up Purple campaign where you'll see buildings and monuments nationwide, over 160 that have confirmed that they're going to light up purple. So from Niagara Falls all the way over to San Francisco City Hall. Here in Orlando, you'll see our City Hall lit up purple, and also Lake Eola.
What does that mean to you to see how this has the progress that has been made, the folks who are showing their support and doing things like lighting up purple and in commemoration of this? What does that mean to you to see?
It means a lot of things. Number one, it means a reduction in stigma. For decades, there's been significant stigma around drug use and substance use and overdose. And seeing that people want to embrace the message of carrying naloxone means that some of the stigma is going away. It means they support our efforts. And it also means they know it exists. Because again, 10, 11 years ago, naloxone wasn't a household name. And now more and more it's becoming so.
Talk to me too about how the difference that's making, Leah. I mean, we are seeing declines in overdose deaths, and how big of a role is raising awareness of naloxone play in that?
It's a significant difference. Over the last 3 years, according to CDC, overdose deaths have gone down. Just last year, 14% in 2025 from the prior year. And while 70,000 people died, and it's still, overdose deaths are still the leading cause of Americans from ages 18 to 44. But this is the first time in the last decade that for 3 years consecutively, overdose deaths have gone down. So that's what it's doing. It is reducing overdose deaths because people know about it, they're carrying it, and they're using it. And it's saving lives.
What do you want people to know about the importance of naloxone? Because there are still some who say that having an overdose reversal drug like that and encouraging its use encourages drug use or encourages it kind of takes away some of the consequences. And what do you say when you hear that?
Well, people say that until it's one of their family members, until it's one of their loved ones, until it's their child or their spouse or their neighbor who dies of a drug overdose. Once it happens to them, that stigma goes away and they don't say that anymore. So this really isn't about encouraging drug use. What it's doing is saving lives. Just because you don't think your child is using drugs, just because you don't think someone in your family or at a place of business is using it, it doesn't mean they aren't coming in contact with fentanyl, with poisoning that exists that's incredibly prevalent today. So I would say, regardless of what your stigma may be or what your perception may be around it, please carry naloxone. You don't know whose life you might be saving.
Talk to us about some of the events that are going on for Naloxone Awareness Day this week.
There's nationwide in a lot of different communities. The city of Savannah is doing a Narcan giveaway, naloxone giveaway on Saturday in concert with National Naloxone Awareness Day. Monroe, Ohio, the Key West, Fort Myers, Mississippi. So we have a lot of drug-free coalitions who we partner with throughout the country who are doing their own giveaway days in their communities. And we're going to be up in DC for the next few days up here with congressional leaders who are help promoting our efforts.
So what's the bottom line here, Leah? What do you want people to know? What do you want people to keep in mind on this Naloxone Awareness Day?
I want everyone to carry it. I want everyone to have it. You wouldn't question having an EpiPen in your car or in your house. You have a fire extinguisher probably in your kitchen. You certainly don't want your kitchen or your house to catch on fire, but you have it there just in case. Carry naloxone. That's the bottom line. What I want everyone to take away is to please carry naloxone.
Leah Shepard, Executive Director of the Victoria's Voice Foundation. We appreciate you. We appreciate the work your organization is doing. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So we talk a lot about theme parks here because we have so many here in Central Florida. And so big announcement today from Universal, not about a new theme park here in Florida, but about a new theme park across the pond. We're talking Universal United Kingdom. And so joining us live now to talk about what we are learning all about this, we've got Theron White, who's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Theron, thanks for joining us. Always good talking with you.
Yeah, always great to chat. We've got even more theme park news. It might not be here about Central Florida, but the theme park news never ends. As long as the sun is somewhere around the world, there's some theme park news happening.
That's a good point. So what do we hear today? What have we learned about the Universal United Kingdom Resort?
What you just said is about all of we've officially learned as of today. So they had talked before about going and buying some land. Back in 2023, Universal officially acknowledged that they were buying land over in the UK to build a theme park, and it was about 40 minutes away from London. Then, a couple of years later, they released this concept art that you're seeing right there, and they said, we're building a property somewhere near London. So now they have officially said that it's going to be called the Universal United Kingdom Resort. It's going to have a 500-bedroom hotel. And that's about all they've let us know. I mean, we can look at this concept art and we can kind of say, well, that kind of looks like this or that kind of looks like that, but we don't officially know what the lands are going to be yet. This project is expected to open sometime in 2031, so we have got many years to kind of look and rumor about what could possibly be happening and kind of stare at the construction. But we can see this concept art, which we're hoping is a pretty good build out of what it could be, and then we know that the name has officially been said.
So what do you make of this announcement? And as we learn a little bit more, what does expanding to that market do for Universal?
Yeah, Universal has actually been in a very, very aggressive expansion right now. We obviously all know about Universal Epic Universe here in Orlando, but there's also the Universal Horror Unleashed, not only in Las Vegas, but they said they're building another one in Chicago. We are just weeks away from the Universal Kids Resort opening up in Frisco, Texas, and now we're getting a theme park over in the United Kingdom as well. Universal has built theme parks around the globe, but they don't have anything centralized in Europe, so this is a pretty big deal for them. This is a brand new country, brand new laws, brand new construction methods and stuff that they have to work around, which is why I think that they don't want to reveal all of the details yet, because there is a lot of things they've had to work with. I mean, just going in when they initially talked about buying this land, they had to go through a lot of regulatory approval and kind of figure out, can we actually build here? Does this work out? Are we close enough to London but not too close? Do all the people around this area want a theme park? So there's a lot of things that they had to work around, and I think that is a really big kind of just looking at what Universal's been doing. This is a big milestone for them. They are officially proud to say that, yes, we are building the park, we did buy the land, we're doing the construction, here's the name, and in a couple of years from now, they'll be excited to debut it. I know that the things we're going to probably get eventually is we're going to learn more about the lands, more about the properties. Maybe there's something that's built just for this park to kind of pull people over there, because we know that a lot of our British friends and family like to come over here to Orlando to go and enjoy some of our heat and some of our theme parks and our beaches. So what's going to happen when one major property like Universal decides to build over in the UK and Disney already has a property over in France? Is that going to stop people from Europe wanting to come over here? There is so much stuff in the back end that I'm sure Universal has had to do so many questionnaires and so many things where they're kind of leveling back and forth. What exactly is this property going to do to help us? Is it going to hurt the United States? Is it going to hurt other properties? And so seeing this, it's just another great sign that Universal is confident in this park, and we're going to get even more amazing theme parks just in different destinations.
So you talked about kind of the speculation and looking at the renderings that we've, the concept art that we've seen. Do you have any theories of what we might see there?
Yeah, there is a couple of rumors of what could potentially be coming to this park. Universal has some of their ones that they bring to basically every destination around the world. Almost all of their parks has some pretty strong representation of Jurassic Park or Jurassic World. So when we look at that, that's something that's kind of expected to come to this land. You can kind of see, if you look at this image at the very, very top, there appears to be a green roller coaster that's going over the water. Some people are speculating that that is part of a Jurassic World area. On the far right side, it kind of looks like a pier or a dock. That is expected to be something maybe that could be with the Minions. It's very, very close to some of the Minions lands we see at Universal parks around the world. Not necessarily the ones that we have here in Florida, but if you look over at California and Beijing, it looks more like them. In the center, we've got kind of like a Main Street welcome area, and while we don't know what exactly that property could be, it could just be a general theme of Hollywood. Universal likes to do that a lot for their parks. One of the interesting ones, though, if you look on the left side, there is a very, very big roller coaster, and if the rumors are correct, that is potentially themed to Back to the Future. Universal has used Back to the Future quite a lot, and there is a thought that potentially they want to build one of the fastest roller coasters in Europe, something that could go up to 88 miles an hour, just like the Back to the Future films, and could launch guests out into that area. This is not confirmed. We don't know this for sure. This is just the speculation, looking at this and kind of looking at what properties that Universal has talked about when it comes to their strong IPs and what they have been wanting to use in their parks for years, and maybe didn't work out for Florida, but could work great for a new destination. One of the other ones that so many people, myself included, are really hopeful for is this is a new property in a new country. You got to have something that really makes this park stand out. It seems kind of odd that, oh, you of course have to have Harry Potter. They're building in the UK. But where this is located, you're so close to the actual Harry Potter destinations, you can see the real sets. You can just physically walk to where they filmed. So do you do something like Harry Potter? I don't know. But the rumor that's really been strong, and I really, really hope it's true because it could start there and maybe come to Florida, is the Lord of the Rings. It is a monstrous property, and it could definitely be something that could kind of just be a cornerstone of this property. A huge, if you want to be in the Lord of the Rings universe, if you want to come and see this, this is the first park to do it. Again, none of this has been confirmed. That being said, Universal could potentially be working with that property, and I think that could be a great one to say that, like, come to the Universal United Kingdom Resort. We have this first, and then maybe it trickles over to our parks here in Florida and California.
That would be cool. That would be something that would be unique, like you said, that would certainly get people in the park.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could potentially be happening here. And again, right now, we're staring at a single piece of concept art, a single name, and some dirt. I mean, there's a lot of things that they can do, but we know that this is about a 45-minute drive from London. We know that they want to put high-speed rail there, and we know that Universal has been very, very aggressive ever since COVID about just building a new property and expanding here and doing something there. We've already seen the expansions that they're beginning to work on for Universal Epic Universe. We see the new roller coaster that they're building at Universal Studios Florida for Fast and Furious. So while we don't have all the details for this, we can at least know that the company that is behind it has been spending billions and billions of dollars when it comes to these new projects. And so I expect to see a lot of maybe flowing into the UK as well for whatever this new property might be.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up some of the things happening here too, because this is, like you said at the outset, kind of part of a bigger effort and initiative by Universal. We are seeing a lot happening at Universal Parks right now.
Yeah, it is hard to look at any Universal park across the world and not see some major project that they're going on. Of course, we just had Epic Universe open. It just hit its 1-year anniversary. We got Captain Cacao, the adorable new character you can meet inside the park. But that does not mean that is the only thing that Universal is doing right now. We can very obviously see some of the track that's happening at Universal Studios Florida for the Hollywood Drift attraction. That is going to be the new roller coaster that's supposed to open up next summer. But not just that. We have seen the demolition that is happening at Islands of Adventure in Lost Continent. At Epic Universe, you can go into the park and you can quite obviously see where they would like to expand in the future, and they're moving some stuff around. You know, I mean, we've been able to see some of the project listings and stuff of them wanting to build sort of like a convention center space inside of Celestial Park and expanding more when it comes to Harry Potter. More to come, we'll have to see, but yes, this company has been very, very confident when it comes to building new destinations, new experiences, and new things to see. So I think when this does eventually open up in the United Kingdom, it is going to be one of, if not the biggest theme parks they have in that country, and it is going to be a big, big spender, and it's really going to shake up the industry, specifically for people that are over in the UK.
Yeah, and I know you talked about this, but what could this mean potentially for visitation to our parks here in Florida? Do we know? Is there any precedent or anything that might give us an indication of what it might mean?
Yeah, so there is a ton of theme parks when you think about Europe. I mean, that's parks that maybe you don't hear about all the time, but for people in Europe, they're fantastic. It's the ones that they've loved and enjoyed for years. And so when it comes to the United States, a lot of people in the United States do not tend to go over to Europe when it comes for theme parks. We obviously visit the Europe all the time in the United Kingdom and all of that stuff. But like, if you ask the average American, okay, why are you going over there? It's not the theme parks. It's usually going to be, I want to go to Rome. I want to go to Paris. I want to go to London. I want to see kind of like the things that have made this continent so popular, and the theme parks aren't always involved. So I think that a lot of what's come down to building into this park has been, okay, what markets can we take from Europe? Of course, I'm not Universal. I haven't seen their stats on it, but at least when we look at it kind of from the American perspective, which is a lot of the spending when it comes to our theme parks here, obviously, and then we look at South America, like people coming from Brazil, a lot of them come straight to Florida. Florida is a hub when it comes to tourism. It's a hub when it comes to theme parks, and it kind of dictates how theme parks work around the entire world. So I don't think that this is going to affect our Florida parks as much as you might think. This is going to be a major destination. Universal has said this is a full-fledged theme park. While they're building the smaller kids park right now in Frisco, Texas, that is definitely aimed for a smaller demographic. This is for younger kids. The one going to the UK is a gigantic theme park. I mean, it is full-fledged, exactly what you'd expect from Universal from their destinations here in Florida, over in Beijing, over in Japan, as well as Hollywood. And so it's not anything small. I just believe that with one singular park, it's not going to change the overall expectations of when it comes to this side of the world, simply because we have the Universal Orlando Resort with all of its hotels, water park, theme parks, all of that gigantic destination. I would love to be able to know how many places that Universal looked at when it came to Europe and then eventually choosing their destination, because it is a very specific place. They're 40 minutes away from London, which is just far enough away. If you kind of think like how, even though Walt Disney World is here in Central Florida and we call it Orlando, we're not really right next to the skyscrapers. You're not really in downtown Orlando. So Universal's kind of positioning themselves just far enough away, kind of like we see here with Walt Disney World in downtown Orlando.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's going to be interesting to see what all comes from that. Darren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always happy to join.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. I want to give you a live look inside this House committee where Secretary Markwayne Mullin is testifying right now. This is in front of the House Homeland Security Committee, a budget hearing. We've seen some fireworks and some contentious backs and forths at times. So let's go ahead and listen back in for a few minutes here.
And Montauk in particular have to live a good hour and 40 minutes one way, almost 3 hours round trip, sometimes 4 hours round trip with bad summer traffic. They're in their cars 4 hours a day simply to live in a place that they can afford, because they can't afford to live based on the current housing allowance structure where they're stationed. The impact, in my mind, Mr. Secretary, is twofold. First, their own quality of life. This is time spent away from their families. This is time on the roads. This is some folks showing up to work, a very important job, fatigued because they have to be in that car for 2 hours. Second, as it relates more directly to the mission, it's a harm to recruiting that I've heard in my couple of years of visiting these bases, that A lot of coasties don't want to take orders to some of these Coast Guard stations because they can't afford to live there. Their kids can't go to the local schools. They have to go far away. And the recruiting efforts are damaged. And when we don't get the best coasties on Long Island, the mission gets degraded. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is can you help us Long Islanders resolve this issue?
We're working on it. President Trump has made it a mission to reinvest in the force focus for 2028. He's investing $24 billion into the Coast Guard. First president to do that in decades, to take an emphasis on there. The only way we're going to actually be able to fix it is we're going to have to build housing. It's going to be very difficult to fluctuate the
Let me ask you about housing as my 1 minute of time starts to wind down. Right now, there's a Coast Guard property. I don't expect that you know all the different Coast Guard properties throughout the nation. There's a Coast Guard property in my district at West Hampton Beach. It's not a small property. It includes 24 units, 2 single-family homes, an office, a workshop facility. It was initially built in 1977, but we're going to sell it. I don't oppose the premise of selling it. But the question I have relates to what we do with the funds afterwards. I've asked some folks in and around the government, what are we going to do with the money once we divest ourselves of this very valuable piece of property? And the answer I've gotten so far, Mr. Secretary, is they're just going to put it into a national fund and figure out what to do with those dollars nationally. I've presented, Mr. Secretary, a very regional, a very localized problem that has a lot to do with money. We're going to cash out on this property. I don't oppose the cashing out. My request to you, Mr. Secretary, is can you commit to, when we dispose of that property and get money for it, that we keep those dollars regionally so we don't exacerbate an existing problem? You've said that we need more housing. Let's reinvest those dollars more locally so we don't have complicated an existing problem.
We'll look into that. I do understand the situation that we have here because it's very costly because of the environmental impacts we have in that area to develop it, because we're going to have to basically tear down those buildings and rebuild it. But I would think it only makes sense to reinvest in housing.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate your leadership, sir.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here today. DHS personnel carry enormous responsibilities every single day. TSA officers protect our transportation systems. FEMA personnel respond when communities are devastated by floods, hurricanes, and wildfires. Cybersecurity and counterterrorism professionals work around the clock to identify threats before Americans are harmed. These public servants should be empowered to focus on these missions, not forced to operate inside a department increasingly consumed by political agendas and headline-driven decision-making. Serious operational failures continue to mount at the Department of Homeland Security under this administration. We've seen individuals with lawful legal status being wrongfully detained or deported despite having authorization to remain in the United States. We've seen repeated allegations of detainees being denied adequate medical care and in some cases dying while in federal custody. Secretary Mullen, Americans are now looking to your leadership to determine whether this department can return to its mission it was originally created to fulfill. They want to know what steps you are taking to restore professionalism within DHS, improve oversight of detention facilities, prevent further deaths in federal custody, stop the wrongful deportation of individuals with legal status, eliminate political interference inside FEMA, improve training and operational standards for enforcement personnel, and ensure that disaster response decisions are driven by urgency and public safety rather than bureaucracy and politics. To highlight some of the incompetence we've seen over the past year, I want to take a moment to quote directly from the final report, which was released earlier this month, issued by the President's own FEMA Review Council under the Trump administration. This report was not written by Democrats. This was your administration's own assessment of FEMA. And frankly, the report reads like a broader indictment of how this agency has been allowed to deteriorate over the past year. The report states that FEMA acknowledges concerns about staffing sufficiency, disaster response delays, and operational shortcomings that have weakened FEMA's disaster response capabilities. Americans in my home state saw the consequences of those failures during Texas floods. An overwhelmed system, staffing concerns, and response delays left families waiting for help during one of the worst disasters in our recent history. So frankly, I think you and this administration should spend less time turning DHS into a political messaging operation and more time focused on fixing these failures. And Mr. Secretary, I was sitting here listening to my colleagues, and I too have a line of questions about a gentleman in one of my constituents that died in DHS custody. And I too have letters written to DHS that have been unresponded to. This seems to be a pattern and practice. In fairness to you, a lot of it is from your predecessor. But we as members of Congress deserve timely responses to our inquiries when we have constituents that have had terrible outcomings with your agency. And I heard you say earlier that you're committed to do that. And I hope that's true for the letters that my office have sent you on multiple occasions relating to a death of Mr. Pakhtawali. He was a 41-year-old husband and father who was brought here on the Afghan evac program. He served alongside our men and women in military in Afghanistan and was brought here because his life was deemed in danger if he remained due to his service to our military men and women. And he was detained and dead 24 hours later. I think he and his family and this country and the Afghan community who've risked their lives to help our men and women in the military deserve an answer as to what happened. And I've sent multiple letters, and I'm here again. And I asked your predecessor if she would respond. She told me she would. She did not. Now I'm asking you, can you please get me a response to what happened to Mr. Pakhtawali in your custody?
Yes.
Because
is it possible that we can get a copy of that letter just so we can find it? There was a lot of stuff that's been hard to find.
Absolutely.
And I don't think, I may be wrong, but I don't think we received that letter since I've been in office.
I will be happy to resend it to you.
Thank you.
Because we have asked on multiple occasions, it's not normal for a 41-year-old to be detained, taking his kids to school, and to be dead in your custody 24 hours later. That's not a normal, natural course of events. And I think we all deserve an answer as to what happened and a comprehensive review. Because we've had, just in this one hearing, sir, 3 members of Congress have had 3 constituents die after being in DHS custody in a very relatively, for 24 hours or a few days or whatever. And this is part of the problem with why the American people are so frustrated, because these events happen that should not happen, and there's no accountability, and there's no transparency as to the cause and what happened, and no assurances that they're going to stop in the future. And I'm so sorry, I just ran out of time. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr.
This hearing continuing on Capitol Hill right now. We're going to step aside, take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. The suspect who is facing charges in connection with the death of a toll booth worker at the beach in Volusia County is now in custody. We're talking about Deanna Harrell, who we heard from the sheriff yesterday saying that, talking about the investigation, kind of outlining the timeline of what they believe transpired, including the suspect seen drinking at a couple of establishments in the moments leading up to the crash, where investigators say this suspect, they believe she was driving a truck going about 40 miles an hour at the time when it just plowed over a toll booth at the Dunlawton Beach approach in Daytona Beach shores. And so there were some questions about what would happen next. We know they were waiting on toxicology to come back. And in the meantime, the investigators had taken Harrell into custody under the Baker Act. And so we learned today that she was at Halifax Hospital and then was transferred to a mental health hospital, behavioral health hospital instead. But investigators, law enforcement, taking that suspect into custody this morning. And now just a little bit ago, we had the chance to catch up with Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who talked with us and gave us the latest on this investigation and what happens next.
Give me a rundown of what happened when, she was arrested.
So you look at what happened on Monday. Obviously, there's an investigation that has to occur. So one of the part of that was getting a warrant, get a blood draw, breathalyzer test. State Attorney's Office wasn't happy. Was like, we need more evidence. So we worked around the clock to go out and recover all the stuff we talked about yesterday, right? The video of her drinking, the video of the crash, her statement. And last night, the State Attorney's Office gave us a warrant for vehicular homicide. Now, on Monday, when we were doing the investigation, she repeatedly talked about how she wanted to die. She wanted to kill herself. So we Baker Acted her. We took her to Halifax Hospital and we Baker Acted her, assuming she would be in custody for 24 to 48 hours, which we think would be enough time for us to get a warrant to go back and lock her up. They let her out. Halifax let her out, and they're under no obligation legally to notify us because they claim it's a HIPAA thing. We discover later on last night that she had checked herself into SMA, Stuart Markman, up the road from here. Detectives go there with the warrant, and SMA folks say, sorry, we can't tell you whether she's here, and we can't let you in to look for her. Knowing they decided the best part of valor was to take a step back because we have a valid arrest warrant. We know for a fact that she's in there. We have the right to go in and get there. So we sat outside of the building, and starting at 6 o'clock this morning, we started saying, hey, you got to let us in. Let's work this out. Somewhere along the line, you're not understanding. And as at 9 o'clock, they were telling me, well, she's scheduled to see a psychiatrist. Well, that doesn't matter. That does not matter. That does not trump the criminal charges. She will see a psychiatrist when she goes out to the jail. She will get mental health when she goes out to the jail. We have to arrest her. And finally, the State Attorney's Office made a call for us and explained the law to the director, and they said, okay, you can come in and get her. So at 9:30 this morning, she was taken into custody. She's out of the branch jail, charged with vehicular homicide. Obviously, when the blood comes back in 45 or 60 days or 90 days, whatever it's going to be, there'll be additional charges. And it just is everybody knows what they're not supposed to do. It was one of those things, but nobody knows what they're supposed to do. This isn't the first time this has happened with this, because to give you an analogy of it, we arrest somebody for a shooting, and when they're in the back of the patrol car, they tell us, I'm going to kill myself at the first opportunity we get. We don't take them to SMA. They're being charged with a criminal act. They go to the jail, we alert the jail, and they receive psychiatric help while they're being held for the criminal charge. The same thing last night. They should have just turned her over. We know she's there. But I get it. They're worried about civil liability on the HIPAA end, and we're saying we don't have to worry about liability. We have a warrant. We know we're supposed to go in there. But I was proud of the way they handled it. They could have gone in there forcibly and enforced a warrant, and it was like, you know what, let's just take a step back. She can't get out, and let's just let people above our pay grade work on this and get it resolved. The bottom line is she's in custody. She's not going anywhere. She's got no bond. She got first appearance. You know, I think anybody, when they look at the evidence, knows she's a danger to herself and she's a danger to the community. There's no way that she should be let out. And we'll just wait for a couple other pieces of evidence that are going to take us a while to get back. Obviously, the blood's not going to come back for quite a while. And the same thing applies with the vehicle. That vehicle has to be examined. And it has to be examined by experts that can say conclusively under oath, brakes didn't fail, nothing wrong with the accelerator, nothing wrong with the steering wheel. This was completely done by the driver of the car. There was no at fault there. That takes a while to do as well.
Is it surprising that Halifax released her?
No. No. We've Baker Acted people before under the same scenario. We didn't have enough evidence to make the arrest, but the person threatened to kill themselves, and you tell them we're coming back, you know, bear with us, we'll be right back. It's going to take us several hours, and then when you go back there and the person's gone. Again, they're working on the mental health end. They're not a holding facility to their defense. It's like, hey, when we decide that, but how do you threaten to kill yourself and do all these other things, and in 4 hours or 8 hours, now you're not going to kill yourself anymore, see you later, go head out and seek follow-up treatment. That doesn't make sense either.
Okay, so to me, I'm looking at it like common sensely. She was released from Halifax. Now, is it S&J?
SMA.
SMA. She knows as soon as she's out of there, she's going to be arrested. So why not, and she knows that you couldn't come get her, why not admit yourself? Is that
that's what she
like
was that's what she was, that's in my opinion, that's what she was banking on. She was going to seek asylum inside of SMA. Because if we stood outside, okay, according to the way they're thinking in the mental health side of the house, so she walks out. They let her go after 24 hours or 48 hours. She walks out, sees the deputy's patrol car outside, and turns around and runs back in and says, I'm going to kill myself. Now we start the clock all over again. You hold her for, does this go on? It's like you're seeking sanctuary in a church. You can't come and get me here. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. So hopefully we won't have this again. I'm not optimistic about that because I've been here 20 years and I've had it happen. And I can tell you dozens of times I've had this happen where they get released and because of HIPAA, they don't want to notify us. So they're going to be here 24 to 48 hours and they don't notify it. To SMA's credit, they did this morning at around 6 o'clock. It was the first phone call I got. They did say they were trying to work toward a resolution to do this. And I think once the state attorney called and explained, hey, you cannot not honor this. The deputies can use force to get in there. They're not. They want to do this, you know, in a very calm, professional manner. You got to send her outside. You know, or we're coming in to get her. Which way do you want to handle it? And then we obviously took her into custody at 9:30 this morning.
Understandably, and now going in the future, they know. Do you think Halifax and everybody else around will actually kind of start honoring that, or do you think it's just going to be like, who cares what you say?
What'll happen is these are very rare when they happen. They happen, but they're rare. There'll be a completely different management team in place when this happens again, and then you'll have to deal with it from the new management team's perspective. And I think that's what happened here. I think it's been quite a while since we've had this happen. The management team has changed, turned over dramatically. So the people that are boots on the ground are all brand new, but the people who are up higher in the echelon, they get it, but you're not waking them up in the middle of the night to handle it. So the good thing is she really wasn't going anywhere. She wasn't behind the wheel of the car. We got her. And now the family at least knows the person responsible is in custody. I don't know how that helps fill the void on that loss, but at least they know that the person responsible can't hurt anybody else, can't hurt themselves, and can't hurt anybody else.
Kind of satisfying that your deputies handle it in the right way, and you know, like you said, in the end, she's in jail.
You know, I was on the phone with them all night. They kept giving me updates, and my blood pressure was 9 million. What do you mean they cannot turn us down? They cannot turn us down. But they were extremely professional, and you know, Sheriff, if you give us the word to go in, we'll go in. We don't think it's a good idea. Listen, I'm home. I'm 5 miles away. You're sitting out there. If you're telling me you feel it's a bad idea to forcibly go in there, I'm good with that because you can't go anywhere. So let's let the cooler heads prevail. Let me get on the phone with the people above you guys, and we'll go from there.
Cool. Thanks, sir.
All right.
Mike Chitwood, Volusia County Sheriff, talking with us just a little bit ago. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside a House committee room where Secretary of State Marco Rubio is testifying, he's been asked a lot of questions. This is a hearing about the budget for the for the Department of State, but being asked a lot of questions about foreign policy, a number of things. Well, let's go ahead and listen live for a little bit here, live from Capitol Hill.
For us. Mr. Secretary, do you share the president's assessment that we, quote, never got anything from NATO?
Well, I think what the president was speaking to at that moment, and was what I'll speak to you about now, is one of the reasons why I've been such a strong supporter of NATO is because they allow us to use these bases, because it allows us in a time of contingency, like the one in Germany and others. And for the first time, we see NATO countries denying us the use of their bases, which undermines the purpose for our involvement.
These statements, including the one we never got anything from NATO, happened before the war in Iran, which falls outside of the Article 5 invocation. It falls outside of a war of defense. Do you share the president's assessment that we, quote, never got anything from NATO?
I share the president's assessment that on issues that are a priority to the United States.
I'll take that as you disagree with his assessment that we never got anything from NATO, because, Mr. Secretary, let me reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking very specifically about a specific quote. I'm not asking whether NATO can be better or reformed. I'm asking if we never got anything from NATO. And I want to specifically ask you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, why are you asking me if I can't answer?
You're not answering the question that I'm asking. You're answering a different question about whether NATO can be better or reformed. And so I'm going to move on, Mr. Secretary. Are you aware that the only time Article 5 has ever been invoked is after 9/11 in defense of the United States?
Of course I'm aware of that,
okay.
Yeah.
And are you aware that more than 1,000 Europeans died in the subsequent war on terror that was invoked after?
They participated in the Middle East, correct.
Yes. And I assume you're aware that the NATO ally that lost more service members per capita is Denmark?
Denmark, I thought it was that the UK had suffered more.
More per capita.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And I assume you're aware that Greenland is indeed part of Denmark?
For now.
Okay. Well, I want to focus in on Greenland. I joined the bipartisan bicameral trip to Copenhagen as the administration that you're a part of sought to seize Greenland. In the president's speech at Davos, he said, referring to Greenland, quote, "You need ownership to defend it." Mr. Secretary, does the United States need to own land within NATO to defend it?
And the truth be told, we are actually involved in conversations with Greenland and Denmark on the use of Greenland for collective defense for all of us. It's a key part of missile defense, but we're involved in those talks right now. So I think we're in a good place on it now. But I don't want to put stuff out there in the public record that would undermine the conversations we're having with them on it.
So specifically, I'm not asking about whether we're going to do more within Greenland for our collective defense. I think all of us share that goal, including Denmark and Greenlandic people. But does the United States need to own land within NATO to defend it? That's what the president said, and that was the justification for those statements and the attempt to seize Greenland several months ago.
The president's view is that it's a lot easier to defend it when you have control and complete control of it. We are obviously having conversations with both Denmark and Greenland. They're ongoing on a monthly basis now. I think we'll have pretty good news on it at some point.
I take that as you disagree with the literal words of the president of the United States, and I want to put a finer point.
I think he's right. If we owned it, it would be easier to defend it. But
that's not what he said. He said you need to own it to defend it, which fundamentally undermines the central tenet of Article 5 of NATO, which states that the parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them, and if such an armed attack occurs, each of them will assist the party or parties attacked. So sitting here with, I'm sure, many leaders across Europe within NATO and many leaders beyond, including Vladimir Putin, potentially watching the words and listening to the words that you are saying, can you reassure our NATO allies and make it clear to Vladimir Putin that if a NATO ally is attacked and Article 5 is invoked, that we will defend them?
The United States is still in the NATO alliance, and we'll be there in Turkey to talk about all these topics. The president himself will be attending the next NATO meeting of heads of state, where all these points will be made clear. We're still in NATO, but NATO needs significant changes, and the president has made that clear.
And
he's very disappointed in NATO.
Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I want to continue on NATO, but first of all, would you like 30 seconds to respond to the last questioning?
Well, thank you. The bottom line is the United States, look, with the NATO, I've been a strong supporter personally in the Senate and otherwise of NATO, and I still see the utility in it. The problem with NATO, as I want to point out, is those bases that we have in the region is one of the reasons I used to argue why NATO was so important, is it allowed the U.S. to project power and have power in case of contingencies. And we had a contingency, and we had countries in NATO that said, no, you can't use our bases, particularly Spain. Now, I want to be fair. There were other countries that have been extraordinarily cooperative in what they've helped us to do, some publicly and some privately. But I think the president's irritation with NATO is that in a time of conflict and crisis where the United States had a need, you had members of this alliance who are constantly asking us to get involved in European matters, like Ukraine and things of this nature, who in our time were actually telling us, no, your tankers can't use our airbase. No, you can't use it to refuel. No, you can't use it for logistical support. And he's very what kind of alliance is that? I think the other thing that's concerning is that apart from NATO, you have this European effort to stand up some sort of a military force, some of which may trigger actions that would then lead to an Article 5 invocation. That's a separate topic, but one that also needs to be discussed. So I think the next meeting of NATO in Turkey in July is probably the most important meeting in NATO's history, because there are some things here that need to be cleared up and fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I chair the European subcommittee on this committee. I was in Europe for 8 years on active duty to include European Command and NATO-shaped military headquarters. I want to point, you gave us a really masterful review of the global situation early in your spoken remarks. I want to ask you to comment on another part of Europe that we've not talked about that I consider very fragile, and that's the Balkans, particularly the Western Balkans. I just completed a trip through Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia, and Kosovo. I talked to government officials. I talked to opposition members, students, obviously the country teams, KFOR, NGOs, talked to everybody I could talk to. It's extremely fragile right now. Thank you for the ambassadors that were recently nominated for that region. I noticed that Kosovo did not have an ambassador nominated, and I would ask for your support there. We have 4 NATO allies that are also blocking Kosovo's entry into NATO. Obviously, we have the intractable issue between Serbia and Kosovo, that Serbia considers Kosovo a province. Kosovo, most of the...
This hearing continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. We're going to step aside, take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger had the chance to speak with Attorney General James Uthmeier today. They talked about a couple of topics. First, the state's new lawsuit against OpenAI. They also talked about teen takeovers. We saw the Attorney General mention that it is something he is watching closely, particularly in the aftermath of the shooting at a teen takeover, teen link-up in Clearwater over the weekend. So I want to play for you first Marie speaking with the Attorney General about the state's AI lawsuit that is the Attorney General's filing against OpenAI. That is the company that is behind ChatGPT. Here is what the Attorney General had to say.
This week, we filed a first in the nation, first of its kind lawsuit on behalf of the state against OpenAI and its chatbot ChatGPT, as well as the founder, Sam Altman. Here in Florida, we are pro-business. We believe in innovation. We want companies to come here, find success, create jobs, but not at the expense of public safety, not at the expense of our children and their well-being. Here in Florida, we've seen countless cases of ChatGPT being used to, get consultations, education, and advice on how to carry out very harmful acts, self-harm, suicide, violent crimes, the creation of child pornography, and in the worst of cases, murder. People will remember the tragic shooting at Florida State University last year where 2 people lost their lives. We found that the shooter had an extensive conversation with ChatGPT when planning that brutal attack. He consulted the app on what gun to use, what type of ammo goes with which weapon, where to go on campus, and at what time to encounter the largest number of people, how many people he should shoot to get national media attention. This is wrong. It's dangerous. We've seen so many examples of people using these applications to get medical advice and treatments, on what type of drugs to be taking for certain ailments, and it's not accurate. It is not right. And unfortunately, in the worst of cases, somebody's lost their life. So we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to seek significant damages and ultimately demand that OpenAI change their programming to protect our citizens and especially our little ones.
There's been a ton of discussion about concerns over a lack of government regulation of AI and what that could mean and how AI is outpacing what government could even do. This to me seems like another pathway to ensuring accountability. Is that how you feel about it?
Yes, I do believe there does need to be new legal regulation of AI. Unlike a lot of internet search browsers, it's programmed to be addictive and to mimic human personality and empathy in a way that draws people in. A significant percentage of young people, over 70% of teenagers have reported using an AI bot seeking companionship. Over 20% of preteens are using these AI bots. It's designed to draw them in, to get more information, and ultimately, at times, they believe they're in a relationship, that they're talking to a real person, when we know well they are not. So this technology should not be encouraging illegal behavior. It should not be encouraging violence. They need to make these changes, and if they don't, we're going to make them pay significantly for it. So I do hope that new laws will be passed. This is a new emerging technology. We better get out on the front end. But if our leaders in D.C. and Tallahassee are not willing to do that yet, I will take action on behalf of state of Florida as chief legal officer to seek damages for the harms to our state.
Do you guys have a framework for how you'd like the platforms to change, or is this just step one, work on getting recovery for Phoenix Eichner's victims and figure out what to actually do for the software moving forward at a later date?
Well, this is step one to make it expensive. If people are going to get hurt, if people are going to die because of the advice and workings of these applications, then they need to wake up and realize changes are necessary. We're demanding that there be some sort of verification or parental controls, and there's different ways you could do that. I know the state of Florida had proposed legislation, for an AI Bill of Rights that features child safety provisions. I won't, get in the way of the legislature. Our office is happy to provide recommendations and advice and look at the legality of whatever get passed. But at the outset, we need these companies to stop choosing profit over public safety and to come forward and, show us what they're going to do to put parameters in place to ensure people aren't getting hurt.
So that was the Attorney General talking about the lawsuit against OpenAI and talking about some guardrails on artificial intelligence, that kind of thing. Again, he also spoke with Marie about the problem, the growing trend, it seems, with these teen takeovers and what his office is looking at when it comes to investigating these incidents.
What happened to make you get involved now?
Well, we see, cases spreading across the state where, teens are gathering in large numbers, things turn violent. There are shootings, people are getting injured. Here in Florida, we don't tolerate riots. We don't tolerate violent demonstrations. You're not allowed to obstruct roadways and public places like this. So we're going to crack down, on a law enforcement standpoint. We will prosecute people. If a teenager is shooting a weapon at somebody, we're still going to put them away for a long time. We're not going to give them a pass just because, they might not be a fully grown adult. But more importantly, we're going to look at the organizations that are sponsoring and organizing these events. They're not necessarily publicly advertising, oh, we want you to go out and shoot people, but it's clear that they know how these gatherings are developing into very violent activities and demonstrations. And with that knowledge, if they continue to fund and organize, then there could be a RICO case where they too will be held accountable for this dangerous behavior.
Man, RICO gets used for everything. I had never even thought about that. That's cool. That's an interesting approach. To me, this seems like the teen takeovers seem indicative of a larger problem, which is that criminals, or violent criminals especially, are getting younger and younger. And so I'm wondering your thoughts on this shift. I mean, what maybe in the past would have been just like a large gathering of people and maybe to get in a fight and duke it out. Now it's guns get pulled out, innocent people get hurt. And I love that your office is trying to crack down in any way it can, but I'm wondering your thoughts on this larger issue that we're having.
Well, a lot of it happens when people get away with it. So here in Florida, we'll work with our prosecutors. We've got great relationships amongst law enforcement agencies. We will carry out arrests. We will prosecute. We will hand out strong sentences to send a message. Don't do this here. As far as, crime being on the rise with certain age groups, I don't know that I've necessarily seen that statewide, but I do think the emergence of video games and, violent things people are looking at on their screens. And we do know that the teens, unfortunately, are stuck behind these screens more than ever before in history. That is going to change behavior. So part of why we want to crack down on big tech and its abuses is it's leading kids to danger, from self-harm to violence against others. It's not healthy for society.
Any other teen takeover thoughts?
I'd just say, to local officials throughout the state of Florida, if you get aware of a gathering that's planned that you believe is going to lead to danger and violence, let's not wait and find out. Let us know. Let us get out ahead of it. Let us surge resources. We are seeing some potentially AI-created invitations for some of these gatherings that are just meant to, deter attention and trick people into thinking it's going to be a real event, which shows yet another danger of AI. But please let us know. We'll investigate, and we want to be prepared on the front end rather than responding after a crime has already broken out.
Attorney General James Uthmeier speaking with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger earlier today. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Let's get you back to Capitol Hill. We're hearing from Secretary Markwayne Mullin, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, testifying on Capitol Hill.
A lot of these cities are going to be doing every other day. We'll have an event at their facility for weeks on end. It puts a strain on everybody, and just the more police presence we have out there, the better we'll be.
Thank you.
Congressman, can I address one more thing too?
Yes.
By statute, I'm also required to have a number of seats, a set number of seats that's on the plane with me when I travel because of the continuity aspect of it, the resources plus Secret Service has to fly with me. So I can't simply jump into a smaller plane. I didn't make these rules. These rules were in place when I was nominated and confirmed to be in this seat.
Your role as the head of Department of Homeland Security is extremely vital. I totally understand. You had mentioned earlier in I think another question that because of the shutdowns, we've missed milestones in the planning of the Olympics and the World Cup. I wonder if you could go into a little bit more specifics in terms of how you and your department are trying to catch up.
Sorry, we had to start prioritizing when we came back alive, after 76 days of being shut down is what I say. When we came back alive, we started to prioritize what we can put efforts to, because during the shutdown, we weren't able, because we didn't have the employees and we didn't have the department to be able to start issuing these FEMA grants that we need to run with all the host cities in for the Olympics and also FIFA. So when we came back alive, we had to start really focusing on FIFA because we were behind and those agencies were hurting for finances. We had to put all efforts into it. Now, we're caught up. Well, we're not totally caught up, Troy, but we're close to being caught up. And as soon as FIFA is over, which is the 19th of July, is that correct, sir? I think it's the 19th of July is or the 18th, one of the two of July, we will be able to start focusing on Olympics again. And,
yes. Just let me add too, we, in the last 3 weeks since Secretary has taken over, we've released $6 billion in FEMA. and a big part of that to get back out to the states because we were pent up with these shutdowns. And I'll also just add to this is that one of the hardest part is what we've had to piece together, the big beautiful bill money and the appropriations. You know, something we really haven't talked a whole lot about today is FY27 and what we're doing here today. So, you know, I think at some point, you know, I would just say, you know, big things that are out there. They talked about the TSA passenger fee. You know, that was something that every year in the president's budget, we put that forward and we asked for you guys to give that to us to make the investments in TSA. Yeah, same thing this year. We hope that you guys would help us out. We'd really be able to use that money for the technology to help screen for this big event for FIFA.
I appreciate that. I run out of time, but thank you for your questions. So we should focus on the topic of the committee hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Mejia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson, Secretary Mullen. You called our complaints about facilities like Delaney Hall a hoax and have stated that detainees receive health care, 3 meals a day, due process. But I will say that from dozens of conversations, like my colleagues Poe and MacGyver, that I have personally had with detainees and what I have witnessed at Delaney Hall and at the Elizabeth Detention Center, I can say that I am horrified about the conditions that I am seeing, that I have witnessed in these facilities. The most shocking, to be honest, is what I would describe as medical abuse. I will say that I met detainees who complained about weaponized poor sanitation, spoiled food, specifically lack of medical care, and as it is related to their medication, a level of abuse that frankly is putting immigrants' lives and detainees' lives at risk. I will share that I interviewed teenagers, pregnant mothers, the elderly, vulnerable people with chronic conditions, and here's what I heard. I met detainees who were given critical medications sporadically: insulin, metformin, diabetes medication, other diabetes medication, high blood pressure medication, cholesterol medication, thyroid medication, hormonal medication, all medication that, if given sporadically, can in fact harm an individual's lives. I met detainees who not only were given their medications sporadically or had their dosages lowered without consultation of their doctors, but I met detainees who were not even made aware of what medication they were given, just handed a bunch of pills and not told what had changed and whether or not any additions had been made. I also met detainees with chronic health conditions that were not being treated at all, or if they were being treated insufficiently. So, sir, I'm going to make it easy. I would like to ask you a few yes or no questions since we're short on time. Again, questions. So first, do you audit how many detainees have chronic illnesses like diabetes, cancer, heart disease, or any chronic disease? Yes or no?
As I said before, we provide 2 times the medical personnel.
Yes or no, sir, because I'm short on
Jersey
time.
State Penitentiary does.
So you do audit the.
Say that. I don't know if we audit that specific issue.
Okay, so that's a no.
Overseeing.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. Do you monitor the conditions of detainees as warranted and prescribed by their doctors and not just by ICE employees or contractors? Yes or no?
2 times more medical staff than the state penitentiary does per individual.
Do you monitor the conditions of detainees who have chronic conditions as prescribed by their doctors? Yes or no?
2 times the medical personnel.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a I do not know the answer. Third question, detainees complain of healthcare treatment taking up to a week or more. Do you audit or track how long it takes between complaining about a health condition and the time it takes to receive care? Yes or no?
In the state penitentiary, a 48-hour.
We're not talking about state penitentiaries, sir. You do not oversee. I'm not speaking of state penitentiaries. I'm speaking of Delaney Hall.
Our standards pass and succeed your own state penitentiary.
Okay, so as I understand it, yet again, the answer is I don't know. Will you allow New Jersey's Department of Health to conduct full and routine inspections of all areas, including areas that have impact on the health of detainees and staff.
Where they are legally able to go by state statute and the federal contract, we will allow them to enter, which is what
So
we did
if
the other
the
day.
bathrooms pose a health threat, are they allowed to go inspect the bathrooms?
Depends on what's within their contract and our state agreement that we have with that federal
So
facility.
I am hearing that it's a yes, that they should, given that detainees.
Where they are legally able to go based on the contract
Okay,
we have
so
with the
again,
state,
I'm
not
going
for
to take
political
that as a I don't know. Will you provide the state with the number of individuals that are detained, the number of seniors, pregnant women, individuals with chronic diseases like diabetes, congestive heart failure, hormonal conditions, cancer, or more?
We are required to report. We will report. By the way, you made a statement about teenagers.
I haven't finished. You can add in a moment. Will you institute a no tolerance policy for retaliation against any detainee or staffer that is a whistleblower? Is that a no?
Gentlemen, gentlelady's time is now expired. And I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this hearing today, and thank you, Secretary Mullen and Deputy Secretary Edgar, for joining us. You both lead one of the most critical components of our entire government. The men and women of the Department of Homeland Security devote every day to keeping Americans safe at home. And as a citizen and as a father, thank you for all you do. The first group of questions are on the alignment between DHS and local law enforcement. There's an opportunity to improve DHS intelligence and analysis, intel sharing with local law enforcement that we have worked on and you all are leading on, so that intelligence sharing is a two-way street. Can you discuss how your plan to consolidate INA with other offices to report directly to you will affect reporting structures and improve intel sharing, and how it will better enable DHS's relationship with local law enforcement who need actionable intelligence?
Yes, we're trying to expand the 287G program to bring INA in to allow us to work and cooperate. We have a cooperation with where we reimburse for equipment, for overtime hours, for salaries, and that's from vehicles to drone defense, to everything in between, to be able to work with them, to train them on intelligence gatherings. There's a lot of small municipalities that doesn't have the ability to do so. If we're able to give a grant to them where they can hire somebody full-time, and then we're able to train them and then and bring them up for training facilities, that's what we're doing. We have the ability to do it in a small scale. If we can include it in the 287G program, it'd be extremely helpful.
Great, thanks, sir. Next question. How is DHS working with fusion centers in every state to maximize communication, clarity, and effectiveness? And many fusion centers are heavily reliant on DHS grants for staffing. How will this budget better support fusion center functions and relationships with DHS components?
Yeah, hey, I'm going to go ahead and answer that. So, and it kind of relates to your first question. The way that INA is set up, we have 88 different fusion centers across the U.S. we insert ourselves into. So we are the key line between the intelligence community and the law enforcement community into the local jurisdiction. So this budget, as you know, is kind of a combination between FY27, what we've asked for at DHS, and FY27, what the ODNI asked for in Title 50 type money, because a lot of stuff that we do is classified. So the way this is set up, the OSIM consolidation that you asked about that actually consolidates INA, one of the benefits of that that the president put forward is that we'll be able to consolidate the mission support, the things that aren't so focused on the fusion centers, like CFOs, 3 CFOs for those different groups, procurement leads, all that. We basically are taking a lot of the back office out of that organization, being able to focus it on fusion centers.
Great. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the Coast Guard, the budget request follows through on transforming the Coast Guard to meet modern needs.
This hearing continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a quick
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We're following up today on the developments in the legal proceedings against Wander Franco. He's the former Tampa Bay Rays shortstop who was recently found criminally responsible of sexual abuse of a minor. This trial happened down in the Dominican Republic, and he, after that trial, was actually granted a judicial pardon. The judge found that he was a defendant and a victim of extortion as well in this incident, and so that led to the judicial pardon. Not going to face prison time, exempted from punishment because of that. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with sports writer Jansen Pujols to talk more about this decision from the judge.
It's not like how can I say that? It's in Puerto Plata, which is in the northeast of the country, pretty much, just northeast. And of course, it's big news. Not to say like the court is packed, let's call it that way, but just as big news. Media's been going there, his family and everyone involved. It's a big case. Unfortunately, that this is happening now and since 2024, following the Wander Franco's case. But definitely big news, and we see the reaction, the way it spreads in the United States. So, but unfortunate situation. I wouldn't let it be following the news like this. Trust me.
So I guess the big headline is that Wander Franco was found guilty.
Yep.
But the judicial pardon takes away any kind of prison time. Can you explain how that happens and the differences between the Dominican and U.S. court systems?
Yeah, it was a surprise for a lot of us. When I read first, I said, what? I mean, that was my first reaction. And as you said, he was found guilty, but he's not going to have prison time or time in prison. The rule of the law, and we have to be clear in this, they allowed the judge, to give them the pardon. It's in the new code of legal procedure here. I saw the article that that he supports his decision, and but it's weird. It's not common. Everybody's surprised about it, but yes, by law the judge can do it. Everybody's still anxious for the June 16th day where they're going to read the sentence, because in there, you can have the reasons, specific reasons of why they took that decision. But, it's like you're guilty, but you're going to jail. But in his case, I don't think that it frees him all the way. I don't know if you can understand me, man. The thing that he's guilty is what really hurts Wander Franco's situation right now. He's still guilty. He's not going to jail. The mother of the victim, she's going to jail. She's going to serve 10 years. There are a lot of bigger charges on her. But, surprise for everyone, the law is give the judge the power to take that decision. It's not very common, but when you talk about Wander Franco's future, will he go back to the United States? Will he play a game in MLB? As long, and it is my opinion, of course, and I've spoken with, one person that knows about immigration here, somebody from MLB here, some lawyer over there, talking with people that can give you a real opinion on it. As far as he going back to the United States, being guilty doesn't help his case at all.
Yeah, and we see that in a different case with Trevor Bauer, not found guilty, not necessarily even with criminal cases ongoing, he's out of baseball completely. Does that make it even? Does the guilty verdict make it even less likely that Wander Franco will step foot in Major League Baseball again?
That's what I think, completely, 100%. He's still guilty. you're not in jail, but they find you guilty. And, and those charges are really, really heavy ones. Let's call them that way. They're tough ones. When you go to like society like the United States, and, I've spoken with people and they say, people that is accused of that, I mean, American citizens, if they move, for example, to a new area, they'll tell everybody in the building. I don't know if they make it in every state. I was talking with somebody who lives in the South. He told me they're going to call all the neighbors and they're going to tell, this gentleman or this person was accused of that. Be aware. So the thing is that with that sentence on him, how did he get a working visa? MLB, he's on the restricted list since 2024, right? His contract is, it's like, let's say it's in hold right now. I don't know what the Rays will do, if they're going to try to void it or something like that. But the thing is that if I am the Rays, what I'm going to do? I mean, he's not here. So if he doesn't come to work, I don't have to pay him. And the fact that you have that sentence on you, that you've been charged and accused, and they found you guilty of that specific charges, which are criminal ones, how do you get a working visa? And, Trevor Bauer is a U.S. citizen, all right? Not found guilty, and he's begging to go back to the MLB. We're seeing on his social media posts, he's begging, and no one see him. And he's been a very good pitcher in the last years. I think that tools-wise, for baseball, he can pitch in the big leagues, but he doesn't receive a chance. So, I guess that everybody appealed, right? The attorney's office appeal. I'm sure the Wander Franco side will do the same, because the one thing, the big hurdle is to take that sentence away. As long as he's found guilty, I don't see him setting foot in the United States, unfortunately.
And when we look at, I guess, what's the reception been like to this case in the Dominican Republic?
Mixed ones. Some people say that he was a victim of certain situations, that he deserves a second chance. Pedro Martinez said it 2 days ago. Some other people are saying that, he was the one who made his bet on this case. Yeah, mixed reactions, that's for sure. But in my case, young star, he was playing great before the case blowed up and all this thing. He was accused in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. It's at the same time a mirror for other athletes to look into and say, wow, we need to avoid those things. So, but it's many people want him to receive a second chance, but at the same time, we're talking about a victim underage, and that's a real hard situation. I'm a father, for example. Whoever is a father and has girls, you can ask him to feel comfortable with a situation like this. It could happen to anybody, right? It can happen to anybody, and hopefully, but that's another thing I want to tell you guys. Justice has its time, all right? It's not our time, it's the justice time. They'll appeal right now. We're getting we're getting to June, which is the half month-wise of 2026. So probably this case will take as long as 2027. And when this is when it is over, because they'll appeal until they'll get to the final court, right? So put it on 2027. Then in that year, MLB will suspend him. That's for sure. How many years? We don't know. But it's going to be a hard one. So we're talking about if it ends in 2027, MLB resolution may come right away. And I don't see him playing in 2028 still. His contract is until 2033. Let me see. Give me 1 second, just to give the facts straight. Yeah, 2032. They have an option for 2033. So I don't see him playing in 2028. There's 4 years left in his contract. So it's a messy situation. I don't see that light at the end of the tunnel, being honest.
So even if Wander Franco doesn't serve prison time, you know, in timeline A, he's this prolific young baseball star through 2033. What does this timeline look like for Wander Franco for the next couple of years?
What you mean? What will do?
Yeah, what are the next 6 years of Wander Franco's life look like?
I hope he receives, a lot of support. I guess he's receiving it right now. His family, his close friends. I hope he keeps training. They have to help him, not leaving him alone, being with him every time here and there. He's got a legal battle to fight still, go to court. And like I said some minutes ago or a minute ago, justice has its time. And you just have to be ready. I think that he can explore an option of playing some other leagues. Let's see if he can play Winter League. If he can play in the Winter League with his team. Last year, they wouldn't allow him to do that. Let's see now. If he's playing, it could help him, going home to the field. It's like his sanctuary, play and forget about everything outside. And then from there on, let's see how everything ends. If it's still guilty, if they say no, now he's not guilty, we clean him all charges. The biggest responsible person here is the victim's mom and something like that in that scenario. And then he can go some other leagues. Let's hope that he go play to, I don't know, Japan society. I don't think it's as nice for those. And anybody shouldn't be nice. I mean, you hope for something. This is not personal, right? I wish him the best, and I would like him to play baseball right away. But that's not the case. We have to be honest in journalism and communication. We have to be close to the facts. So my wish is something, and the reality is another one. So I don't see him playing in Japan. Maybe Korea, maybe Taiwan. So those are options that he can explore, play there, and see what happens.
We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Let me get you live to Bakersfield, California right now, where we're getting an update from police talking about this situation in Bakersfield where the FBI ended up shooting and killing a suspect who held hostages overnight. Police telling us all of those hostages were unharmed by the suspect. Again, that hostage taker shot and killed by the FBI. Let's go ahead and listen in live from Bakersfield, California.
Bakersfield area and work in our Bakersfield residency. We have an office here not too far, like I mentioned. Know how strong this community is. And we stand together as we heal from this incident. We also want you and the public to know how you can help us. If it's an immediate threat, of course, call 911. But if you have information about this ongoing investigation that can help us, reach out to us. Go to tips.fbi.gov or call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. I'd like to turn it back now to Assistant Chief Blake Warren. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, we'll take some questions before doing some concluding remarks. Yes, ma'am.
If the explosive device was strapped to him, how did the FBI know that it was safe to utilize the suspect with such a dangerous device strapped to him and multiple victims?
Sure. I'll turn it over in a second, but I can tell you from the perspective of the PD, there's a totality of circumstances that we're evaluating as these things are evolving, intelligence that we're gathering as it relates to some of the observations we had, some of the mannerisms he was doing, some of the things that we were hearing and seeing, but all of those things were taken into context. And the reality is, quite frankly, there was not a full confirmation in either direction. We always err on the side of caution in the sense of making sure that we're taking care of our victims in this case as much as we possibly can, but it was based on the circumstances that we had at the time that FBI chose to move in and make the tactical entry.
And did they enter the building, or was it from?
You want to come on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, and so let me speak to that a bit more too, and I can answer the second question as well. So it's a holistic approach, right? The circumstances, how erratic is he, the individual. Keep in mind, we also had a hostage in there that we knew because the individual, she had her phone with her and was in communication with us until the phone died. And at one point we were able to get medicine to her, but she was diabetic. And we knew that this was a loss of life situation for that particular hostage that was taken if we didn't act sooner than later. We also know because of the other circumstances and our trained professionals that of his behavior, we had to act at that point in time. And yes, the entry was made through the conversations they were having through the door and the negotiators that were working through there.
Question for you. What kind of explosives? How much are we talking about? And when negotiations stalled, suspect suggests that he was going to detonate.
So this is an ongoing investigation. We have to find other pieces, any potential other aspects to it, ideology, any of those pieces. I will tell you there were multiple IEDs that presented a concern for us that we had to evaluate and look into and have our bomb techs look over afterwards and make sure that they were inert or not plausible. But that's probably as far as I can go with that. So we're still doing further testing on it, but we were able to conclude at this point in time that they were not a concern to us. We're still continuing with that investigative piece. There are aspects that were concerning to us, but we're continuing on with that analysis of what we were able to obtain from that search warrant.
Did you guys find any evidence in that man's house?
We found some concerning items in there from the investigative piece, but again, we're continuing to evaluate those and look further into it.
In regards to the negotiations for the first and second release, were there any demands made on that? Were they made in good faith? Was there any? What was the negotiation circumstances?
Yep, those first two releases, yes, there were. It was through Bakersfield PD, and yes, there were. If you want to take on some of that piece, but yes, there
Sure, I
was.
can touch on that. Yes, through the negotiation process, as you can imagine, there's obvious back and forth and dialogue. Yes, there's a lot of back and forth that's taking place during the dialogue and the negotiation process. In terms of what took place during these specific ones, there was discussions and exchanges related to food and water, those types of things. There was also some elements that were related to his previous court case and in terms of materials that he wanted to see. So we were able to provide some of that in exchange for getting release of the hostages.
Was KCSOS even intended target here? What can you tell us about the
It's a good question. From what we can tell at this point, again, as it's been said, this is an ongoing investigation, but it does not appear that KCSOS was an intended target in any way in terms of the employee specifically, those types of things.
Did it have to do with the bank then?
Do we know why that building was targeted?
It's still under investigation at this point.
Is law enforcement aware of the YouTube video of the suspect made claiming his innocence?
Yes, we are. At least one video I'm aware of that we are.
Is there a new investigation open to do it?
A new investigation in relation to what?
Why he's alleging being innocent?
At this point, it's part of the totality of the case that we're looking at anyway in terms of motive and those types of things. But I mean, his previous case history is being looked at, but I wouldn't suggest in the sense of nothing's being reopened in that sense.
Can you share more about the motive?
No, nothing that we have at this point that we can share beyond what we've already expressed.
Do we know that anybody was helping to make the license, or is anybody being questioned?
At this point, we cannot confirm that. We do not have anything that leads us to believe that there was anyone else directly involved at this moment.
Chief, the demands, the subject, what are the demands?
Most of it was directed toward conversations led us to believe that he was really concerned about his previous case history. There were specific elements that he was very frustrated, I think, as some have expressed on some of his social media things that he's released, that he had some concerns related to how his previous cases or case had been handled and what the aftermath of that was, his sentencing and those types of things.
What led to the FBI investigating the way to
No, I think I spoke to that earlier. It had to do with the hostage that was in there that we knew had health concerns, and there could have been a potential loss of life for that hostage, and just from the erratic behavior and how our trained professionals assessed the situation. It was the right time to do it. I'm sorry, what was that?
Was a decoy used in this operation?
So I can't speak to those particular details, right? And we usually don't speak to those details of our tactics and how we use it. But I can tell you that there's a lot of different tactics that can be used in this kind of situation. This was a little bit more upfront because we were in conversation with the individual, right? Physically there. What was that?
Was the phone used in secret, or did the suspect know that hostage was using that phone?
There were individuals in that location that were not fully aware to the subject.
Was the suspect demanding to see his daughter?
Target, then was he just trying to get your attention?
We'll find out more as we go forward with the investigation. I will tell you that at one point he had asked for early on that notoriety of having FBI involved as well and FBI negotiators. And so my assumption would be by targeting a bank or some federal institution, there's a greater chance to have, like a bank robbery, if there was the case, to have a federal intervention in that case. But we'll go with two more questions. So,
Was he demanding to see his daughter?
Unless.
No,
that's fine. Okay.
Was he demanding to see his daughter?
There was that was brought up in the conversation at one point, but there was not any communication that was taking place between him and his daughter.
Why were the hostages released?
It was based on the negotiations. Quite frankly, it was based on the successful negotiations that we had involving our personnel, again, working for hours, communicating with these folks.
What made him release the hostage? Who he released?
It was, again, those ongoing conversations that we had related to exchanges of food and water and some of the materials from previous court cases.
So we're going to go ahead and wrap this up now. Thank you so much. As I said earlier, please go ahead and follow our social media for any additional updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
News conference, law enforcement giving an update there in Bakersfield, California, after a hostage situation. Again, no hostages harmed, but the suspect killed by the FBI. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Capitol Hill, where Marco Rubio continuing to testify right now. He was just answering some questions from Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, Republican from South Florida. It looks like her time has come to an end, but we'll go ahead and still listen in here for a few minutes. This is a hearing that's been going on now for several hours, for a second straight day that Marco Rubio has been testifying on Capitol Hill. So let's listen back in.
I just want to express my concern that the administration did not properly analyze the effect of this war on gas prices, the effect of this war on the economy, the effect of this war on affordability. And I hope that you will take that into consideration as you make your further decisions, because it's very concerning. It's really hurting a lot of people at home. I'd like to focus my time with you on Afghan allies. I don't think that topic's been really brought up much today. The Trump administration continues to treat our Afghan allies with dishonor, in my opinion. In my district, Mohammed Nazir Paktawali, who fought alongside U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan, died in ICE custody after participating in the Afghan evac program. The United States brought him and his family here to this country. He was wrongfully detained and was, as a 41-year-old man, was dead 24 hours later. I'm very concerned what's happening with our Afghan allies and what we're doing in this country. Under your leadership, U.S. State Department dismantled the Office of Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts and halted the visa processing for Afghan allies, abandoning thousands of our allies that are here. In my opinion, it's dishonorable and it's damaging. America will face fights tomorrow, and thanks to the Trump administration's treachery to this community, we may face them alone. I don't know how this administration can expect citizens from other countries to rise up and stand with us at great personal peril to themselves, based on a promise that we'll take care of them when they see how we have failed our promises to those from Afghanistan. Since you've forgotten what this country stands for, I'd like to remind you of your own words from your own 2016 presidential campaign. Wherever freedom and human rights spread, partners of our nation are born. But whenever foreign policy comes unhinged from its moral purpose, it weakens global stability and forms cracks in our national resolve. I believe that this is what's happening with Afghanistan, sir. What is your plan to deal with our Afghan allies, with the brave men and women that stood alongside our military, that are here in this country? Is your plan to return them to the Taliban?
No, but that's not anyone's plan. I think the plan is to find a third safe country where they can go to that they're comfortable and choosing voluntarily to go there, and we're looking for more and more countries to step forward and assume it. As you know, the issues you raise are also tied into the broader migratory decisions that have been made by this administration. We're operating under an executive order right now that does not allow any Afghans into the country after the aftermath of the National Guard attack against the National Guard here in Washington, D.C. a year ago. And then there are also other DHS determinations. Our role, we continue to process the folks that are applying so that their paperwork is in order, but ultimately we don't want them stranded forever in where they are. We want them to be able to go to somewhere that's not Afghanistan, that they choose to want to go to, and that are welcoming of them. And we actively are engaging countries around the world. There are 3 or 4 that have already spoken to us about their willingness to do it. Obviously, they're not going to take 1,000, but we might be able to get 300 here, 400 here, places where they feel comfortable going to and that are assuming and welcoming to them. We're not returning them to the Taliban. We understand that would not be the outcome we want to see.
Right. I do think that the position of the United States to now, by bringing these families to our country after they honorably served our country, alongside our men and women, and now to say, now get out, we don't want you anymore, based on one isolated incident is morally reprehensible. It does a disservice to them, and it's wrong, and it's bad policy. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter the record on April 21st, the New York Times article, Trump is said to be in talks to send Afghans who aided with U.S. forces to the Congo. Mr. Secretary, is it the policy of this government to send these Afghan folks to the Congo?
That's just one country. The policy of the United States is to find multiple countries and they would be able to choose which one they want to go to of the options that they're presented. And that was based on a leak of an internal document. That was just one country that expressed interest, but there are multiple others that have as well.
And so what, are they going to be forced to go to the country? What if they don't want to go to the Congo? What if they don't want to go to Afghanistan? What is their option?
No, we don't want to force any. That's why I'm saying we want to have multiple countries so they can choose. Here are the 5 or 6 countries that will let you go. Which one of them do you want to go to? It's not to force them, it's to give them options about places they can relocate.
Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Rubio, thank you for your service. This country finally has a Secretary of State who puts America first, and I'm very proud to stand with you. In February of 2025, the State Department eliminated nearly $60 billion from over 4,000 ongoing grants and another $54 billion in multi-year USAID awards. Money that was on autopilot, flying out the door every single year with zero accountability to the American people. Programs that spent $70,000 on a DEI musical in Ireland, $2.5 million on electric vehicles in Vietnam, and $6 million on tourism development in Egypt. That is waste, and that is fraud, and that is abuse of the American taxpayer dollars, plain and simple. I'm proud to stand with an administration that had the backbone to do what Washington has refused to do for decades. What has been eliminated is very significant. It is historic, and it is just the start. The savings from USAID cuts have already sparked serious proposals to redirect billions towards something that actually matters, like repairing veterans' homes. I'm talking about long-term veterans' homes like those in South Carolina and throughout this country. That is what America First looks like, not Sesame Street in Iraq, not transgender opera in Colombia. But Secretary Rubio, I would like to know what is still in that remaining portfolio that should not be there. What programs are still drawing a check that wouldn't survive 10 seconds of scrutiny in front of a working family in my district, like the 3rd District of South Carolina? And how do we complete the mission of putting America first in every single line item of this budget? Because I can tell you, the people in my district are not going to accept it. They are tired of hearing, well, we got most of it. What is your commitment, Mr. Secretary, to finishing the job?
Yeah, well, it's happening already. So USAID no longer functions. There is a USAID, but it's largely now operating as a wrap-up and wind-down operation. So that's what's happening in USAID. We took all the programs that were worth preserving and all the programs that were worth doing, and they're all under the State Department now. So you have the State Department is conducting foreign aid and foreign assistance within the context of the criteria that we've created, and those are outlined in this year's budget request. And then there are legacy programs that we did not bring over to the state that are still at USAID, some of which may not be operating any longer, but are tied up in litigation. They claim that they're owed money. They got a judge trying to get us to pay them, or if not, there's wind down costs in unwrapping those programs. They're not active programs, but some of them are under active litigation because the NGO is suing the government, and a judge is saying, well, you may have to pay them, so make sure you preserve the money until I rule on it. So those may take years to clear out. They're not active programs, but they're involved in litigation. But those are under the USAID portfolio, not under state. And I no longer am the acting official at USAID, and that's being run through the Office of Management and Budget.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the work and the efforts that you're doing, and I know our taxpayers in my district do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Secretary Rubio, they've called our votes, but we have this last row of individuals to your left. Do you think we have time to work through them?
Yeah, we can't. I have to go to the Senate in a little while, but I'll talk fast.
Thank you. Representative Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you very much. We've been talking regularly. I appreciate all your interest into the Indo-PACOM. And last time we were out here at the hearing, we spoke about the importance of establishing a passport issuance office in Guam. And as you know, residents in Guam must have their passports issued from Honolulu, which creates a huge barriers in emergency situations. So I want to thank you again, your staff, for working with us on this issue. And can you briefly say, touch on where we're at with this process of establishing?
This hearing continuing on Capitol Hill, lawmakers having the chance to ask about some pretty specific things now, but we've heard some questions about the conflict in Iran, operations in Afghanistan, a number of different things that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been talking about today as he testifies in this budget hearing on Capitol Hill. And as you heard him mention, he is expected to testify a little bit later today on the Senate side. So again, a couple of long days on Capitol Hill when it comes to these hearings for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Well, we still have a lot to get to. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Want to get you to a news conference that Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz held this week in Miami, where she was talking about affordability of utilities, also looking at addressing what she calls the affordability crisis here in Florida. We know it's a huge issue in South Florida, but across the state as well. So I want to play for you so that we can hear from Congressman Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat in Congress representing South Florida, speaking at this news conference about affordability and addressing that here in Florida.
The reason that we're here today is because too many Broward families looked at their May utility bills and they are frustrated or they are downright desperate about how big it is. And not enough Republicans in Tallahassee, Congress, or the White House are doing anything about it. But I want to change that by sharing the stories of constituents who are struggling to pay their bills, to highlight people who literally are trying to make ends meet in any way possible, and by offering options to address this energy cost crisis. The bottom line is that Florida utility bills are just too damn expensive for our families, and it's a part of a bigger high-cost crisis. Consumer confidence is at record lows, while there's rampant corruption in the White House that we see every single day. Americans are spending less, and gas prices are pummeling commuters and businesses. More Americans are struggling just to put food on their table, and last week inflation climbed higher than it's been in 3 years. We know a lot of this is mismanagement, corruption, and incompetence that helps fuel all of these high-flying prices. But a big part of this is higher utility bills driven by bad policy decisions. And like rent and food, those rising costs are hitting families every single month. Electricity, water and sewer, trash, recycling, even the internet, all of those are utilities, and they are all climbing higher right now. We'll start with electricity. Electricity rate increases have all been approved in recent years, and these price hikes bite even harder in the summertime here in South Florida because we all lean on our air conditioning a lot more. There's an election coming up, and finding a candidate for governor who will lower Broward utility bills is on the ballot. And there were bills, legislation, that could have put guardrails on these costs in Tallahassee this year. As usual, Republican lawmakers ignored them, and instead they pushed voters to gut funding for local services and pass illegal, unconstitutional gerrymandered maps. Those were higher priorities than making sure that we could reduce household costs for Florida families. And the bigger picture here is clear. We rely too much on natural gas to produce the electricity that we need, and we invest far too little in clean, cheaper, renewable energy. It's how we let nations like China eat our lunch every single day. And that leaves Americans held hostage to global natural gas markets like the illegal, calamitous Iran war is showing us right now. And our reliance on dirty fuel also drives climate change, which intensifies the human and financial costs of extreme weather events. That's a double insult to Florida. It pummels us. The reason that we're in this building and not standing outside is because our state is baking in energy-producing sunshine, which for us is a wonderful attribute, particularly when it comes to bringing tourists here to drive our Florida economy. But we also have things like an ample coastline where there are wind and wave options to produce energy. But the political will to incentivize these clean, cheap energy options simply doesn't exist in Tallahassee or Washington among Republicans. And water and sewer bills are going up across South Florida. That's because our cities and counties need to upgrade their vital infrastructure, and it's not cheap. A lot of this infrastructure for water and sewer is aging and decrepit. And I know because I've brought back millions of dollars to Broward County to help cities and counties upgrade their water and sewer infrastructure. And I'll mention just one. This year, I was able to deliver $1 million to Dania Beach leaders to improve their city's wastewater system. We did it by helping to replace and modernize lift station number 12 to improve wastewater flow and reduce the risk of backups and system failures. These are huge, costly utility systems that we count on every day. It's not the sexy stuff. It doesn't attract a lot of headlines, but it certainly impacts people's everyday lives when they have backups, when they're concerned about their water quality, and when they don't have access to water in an efficient way that ensures we can keep your water bills down. Once again, rather than bolstering these critical pieces of infrastructure, Tallahassee lawmakers want voters to gut our local funding mechanisms and make these repairs and upgrades even harder to pay for. Those bad policies will continue to show up in your mailbox as higher monthly utility bills for years to come if they don't act. But just as much as Tallahassee fuels higher utility bills, Republicans who run Washington are just as bad. Instead of tackling soaring prices, D.C. Republicans focus on protecting Trump's corruption and ignore policies to address the brutal inflation that Broward families are facing. And Congress is running out of time with long recesses in August and October, plus a July 4th break even before that. When Republicans send us back to Washington this week, their main goal is going to be to dump more tax dollars into ICE and Customs and Border Patrol instead of making sure that we can focus on making life more affordable for American families. Republicans can't even agree on that wasteful spending, though, because they're currently fighting over Trump's wasteful, horrendous plan to create a slush fund to bail out with $2 billion insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol, even those who attacked law enforcement on that horrific day. The idea that Republicans would hand criminals who attack police officers your hard-earned tax dollars is one of the great scandals of our time, and that says a lot given Trump's rampant corruption. But even when there's a glimmer of hope in Congress on a decent housing bill, Republican feuds continue to bottle it up. Congress can lower utility bills by passing legislation that caps excessive corporate profits and overcharges, and we can speed up the development of low-cost, clean energy. We did this kind of work in the Inflation Reduction Act that Democrats pushed into law in 2022. We gave consumers smart energy tax credits and upfront point-of-sale rebates so you could get money back when you invested in those clean energy forms of production. So you could help you could help a family outfit their home with energy-saving appliances and cooling and heating systems. And we've actually had Republicans prioritize putting bills on the floor to ban clean energy producing refrigerators, air conditioners, stoves. I mean, really, you can't make this up. These are where their priorities were. So we need to revive the effort to ensure that we can have clean energy, we can have appliances that promote clean energy and efficiency, and we can revive that. But we need cooperation, or we need to have an election intervene to ensure that people who are leading this country are actually prioritizing lowering your kitchen table costs. Because Trump and the Republicans in Congress have actually halted these programs that lower your electric bill, and they don't really care about your monthly bills. That's very obvious. While Republicans and Trump are busy causing gas prices and...
So we're listening to that news conference, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, but I want to get you to Capitol Hill right now because we're hearing from Marco Rubio, who is testifying and being asked some questions right now by Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Arrested and extradited to the United States, that's not an organic movement. Someone's paying for that.
I think one of those organizations would be the National Network on Cuba, which is a pro-communist, anti-American organization comprised of dozens of member organizations to include Code Pink, the Communist Party USA, Democrat Socialists of America, Socialist Worker Parties, and various organizations to include Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, which Tyler Robinson, the individual who murdered our friend Charlie Kirk, has loose ties to an association with at the time of the assassination. I just want to point out that from my perspective and in talking with you personally, I can see that you are very much of the mindset of peace through strength, but also pursuing peace first before you hit people with a big stick. So I appreciate that perspective because it is refreshing and not common in Washington, D.C. But with that being said, I heard a lot of talk today on Russia specifically. I understand that peace the first time ever, at least with this administration, and you heading the head of the as the Secretary of State, have been instrumental in those talks. I would like to, though, ask you, for the first time in 20 years, recently, we had the Russian Duma come here to meet with members of Congress. What is the end result when Congress fails to open up dialogue and at least maintains communications with another superpower like Russia?
Well, I think there's two things to discuss. One is the war in Ukraine, which we'd like to see end through a negotiated settlement. And separate from that is a bilateral relationship with a country that possesses, if not the largest, the second largest nuclear arsenal in the world. At a minimum, we have to have relations and conversations with Russians. We just do, whether we like what they're doing or not, because given those factors that I just pointed to. I've had multiple conversations with the Foreign Minister Lavrov, and we have to, because that's mature diplomacy and it's important. It's the same with China. We have to have communication with them, and there are issues in our bilateral relations that have nothing to do with Ukraine. So now, I think our relations with them will be friendlier and easier to pursue once the war in Ukraine is wrapped up, and we've made that point in this engagement. But I think what we've learned, and certainly I think has been affirmed to us in the last year and a half, is you're much better off having someone to talk to on the other side than not. And this is a president who's willing to meet with and talk to anybody. He doesn't view talks and engaging a foreign counterpart as a concession, the way it's been treated in the past. Sometimes it leads to something, sometimes it leads to nothing, and sometimes that vehicle of communication proves incredibly valuable in a potential conflict or crisis.
I'd like to end by saying this. I completely agree with you. I think that it is our job and responsibility in Congress to maintain open dialogue and discussion. But I do think that you guys will be successful in this peace deal. And so I want to be the first to congratulate you on that, because I think that sometimes in this instance, having the courage to step up and do the right thing and lead by example is a big thing. So with that, Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. You were the first person I worked for when I started in politics, and this is very unique for me. But first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for the job that you've been doing. People back home, they comment on your stability, your bearing, and how you represent our country on the world stage. Thank you for doing that. And look, you're sitting here today and for several hours, and our colleagues on the left, for the vast majority of them, They want to get a political stunt. They don't want to hear your answers. And that's why they wouldn't let you and afford you the ability to speak, because they know that you would school them in every which way possible and actually tell them that 2 + 2 = 4. And for a lot of them, that's hard to understand. So I respect your ability. But look, you have been, asked a ton of tough questions. This is your time if you would like it. I know you have spoken a lot today, but if there is anything that you would like to correct the record on by any of our colleagues on the left or even on the right that may have misspoken, I'd like to give you this time if you would like it. And just one last thing. When you're done with all of this, if you could come to Cleveland, Ohio, I know it's not where you're from, but the Cleveland Browns could use a really good coach. And so with all the different hats you've been wearing, maybe you could take us to a Super Bowl. But at that point, I leave the rest to you, sir.
Well, I don't claim I can lead that to a Super Bowl, but I wish them luck in Cleveland on that. Look, I thank you for the opportunity. I think we've covered almost everything, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that. Unfortunately, I have to be in the Senate here in just a few minutes, and they get really mad if you're late. But I just want to touch off by saying, look, every element of our foreign policy and everything we do, including aid, is now synergized, and it's about the national interest. And I do think it's important to point out and continue to point out, we are the most generous country in the world. By far, we give way more money than anybody else does to all of these things. Other countries who are very rich, powerful countries should step up too if they want to join in helping. There's no evidence that that's the case. We've seen a little bit of an increase among some countries, but it's not just us. The Canadians, the UK, other European countries have cut back in their expenditures as well on foreign aid, not timed with us. It just happens to be they have those domestic considerations to take into account. This is the most generous country in the world. This year alone, there will be millions of people around the world that will receive food and medicine and medical care and in a way that furthers our national interest, but is also good for them. And we do that more than anyone on the planet. Foreign aid and what this country does to help people around the world is something we should be proud of, but it has to be done the right way. We can't be spending money on things that don't further the national interest, and we can't be spending money on things that waste the taxpayer dollars, and we can't be spending money on social experiments around the world that further the aims of an ideological movement in the United States. That's not what foreign aid is ever supposed to have been about, and that's what we're going to get it back to. On foreign policy, we're going to be pragmatic, but we're going to be principled at the same time. We have to understand that when it comes to foreign policy, oftentimes you're not given the choice between the clearly good one and the clearly bad one. Sometimes you're given two bad choices, and you're trying to figure out which one of these two bad choices is the least harmful to the country. In the end, at the end of the day, foreign relations between countries is about one thing, the national interest. I expect that every time I meet with a foreign minister of another country, that foreign minister is going to push for what is in the interest of their country. I need to push for what's in the interest of ours. Not what's in the interest of the world, not so what's in the interest of what's in the interest of ours. In those cases where where our national interests align, that's where cooperation happens. That's where alliances are formed. In those instances where our interests don't align, that's where you hope that diplomacy and cooperation can find a way through. But in the end, our foreign policy must always be about what is best for America before anything else. This is not a novel concept. It is a classic concept, and one that was lost for a long time in American foreign policy, and I'm happy and honored to be a part of trying to restore it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, you're back.
Final member, Representative McKenzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for joining us today. I have the pleasure of representing Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's home to one of the largest Syrian-American populations in the country. And obviously, there have been a number of atrocities in that country during the ongoing conflict there, some of them targeting the Christian population. On June 22nd of last year, the Mar Elias bombing happened at a church, and we are coming up on that one-year anniversary. I'd like to just ask you very briefly if you can give us an update on what's going on in Syria, what we're doing to achieve stability in that country with the leadership that is now in place, and also any updates on religious minority protections.
Yeah. Well, we talked a lot today about Venezuela and other places. Syria is far more complicated. First of all, Assad deliberately divided groups in that country against each other. And some of those frictions and some of those resentments exist. That wasn't always the case in Syria. It's one of the few places in the Middle East where you actually had Sunni, Shia, Christian, Druze, and other communities living, and Kurds living alongside one another. But Assad, and especially during the Civil War period, pitted these groups against each other. So in many cases, when you're seeing these atrocities, what you're seeing is some unit of some fighting group from one side going after and seeking retribution against a group in another. And it's a real challenge. I think you've seen a diminution in this, but nonetheless it exists, and it's already happened too much. The second is, the core here, and our goal is to have a nationalistic government in Damascus that seeks not to expand power or not to turn Syria into a base of operations for a foreign power, but to build a Syrian state that's inclusive of all of the elements in it. That's what we have engaged with the interim government there on. That's what we've given them and tried to give them every opportunity possible to succeed. We've had some successes. As an example, when we had some fighting break out, especially in the Northeast, and we had these ISIS prisons. This is an underreported story, but we had these ISIS prisoners there. They agreed and were very cooperative in getting those prisoners transferred out of Syria and into Iraqi prisons before there would be a jailbreak that could threaten them and also threaten the region. I think we've seen significant progress in the relationship between Kurds and the central government. There's more work to be done, but some of that tension has now been downplayed. Down in the south, there's more complexity, of course. There are different Druze elements and Bedouin elements that have been more difficult to deal with. But we're trying to give the Syrian government there that's in place every opportunity to succeed. And obviously, there's a trust but verify component to this. I will say this, and I want to be, everything we've asked them to do, they have tried to do or have done, including counterterrorism cooperation. But they have some capability gaps. They still have individuals within their armed forces, quote unquote, that are members of radical groups and have certain ideologies and aren't necessarily neatly disciplined. I think they're working through that, but there's a challenge, again, because of capacity. So this is a long-term project, one that I think is going to exist long after this administration. I hope the next administration will pick up the baton. But I remind everybody that just 2 years ago, Syria was an operating base for the Iranian regime and all of its proxies. And had Syria stood on the table for them, it's interestingly enough, in the midst of epic fear and everything that's happening in the region, the one country that didn't see any of this. You saw it in Lebanon, you saw it in Iraq, you didn't see it in Syria. And I think that alone is a sign of why what's happening there has been good, but not good enough. We have a long ways to go.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that detailed answer and your continued focus on Syria and improving stability in the country. The Syrians I know and the Syrian Americans say that they don't see those differences along religious lines. That is, as you pointed out, divisions that were created by somebody else. So what we can do to heal those divisions, protect religious minorities in the country, and ultimately get back to a stable and safe Syria for all those individuals is a
We agree
great goal.
100%. The future that the government in place now claims to want is impossible unless every element of Syrian society is incorporated in power sharing and has a voice and influence over its own future, and of course isn't being killed.
Thank you again, and look forward to working with you as we move forward. I yield back.
Mr. Secretary, I thank you for your valuable testimony today. Members may have some more questions for you. They will have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to length limitations. And without objection, this committee stands adjourned.
Chairman Brian Mast, a Republican from Florida, chairing that hearing where we heard testimony for hours from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who now leaves the House side and heads over to the Senate side for more testimony and another hearing. So we'll be monitoring that this afternoon. A lot of other things we are monitoring as well. We are going to get ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome in our TV audience with Florida Live and have much more to talk about. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we will be right back.
and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. If you're just joining us on the TV side, we've been monitoring a number of things on Capitol Hill, listening in as Secretary Rubio testifies, Secretary Mullen, the Homeland Security Secretary, he's been testifying as well. We've also been following up a little more locally here. I've been following up on this case of the toll booth worker who was hit and killed earlier this week in what investigators believe is a DUI crash. They have talked about the suspect who is facing charges in connection with this. They showed yesterday, if you were with us at 3 o'clock, we had that live news conference as we heard the 911 calls, as the sheriff outlined the timeline that they believe the suspect in this had been seen at a couple of spots drinking leading up to that crash, where surveillance video shows a truck just plowing over that toll booth. 63-year-old Tammy Jo Baker killed in that crash. And the suspect, Deanna Harrell, taken into custody, first under the Baker Act, and then there were some questions about what would happen next. She has now been arrested. We know that. She was arrested today at a mental hospital in the area where she was transferred to. We heard a little bit from Sheriff Mike Chitwood talking about how that arrest happened earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus.
In the mental health side of the house. So she walks out. They let her go after 24 hours or 48 hours. She walks out, sees the deputy's patrol car outside, and turns around and runs back in. Says, I'm going to kill myself. Now we start the clock all over again. You hold it for, does this go on? It's like you're seeking sanctuary in a church. You can't come and get me here. No, that's not how it's supposed to work.
So questions about kind of how that process was going to play out. They say they believe she may have been trying to kind of claim asylum inside there, but the arrest did end up being made. But there are still questions now about this investigation, where things go from here as well. And so joining us live now to break all of this down for us, we have Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, who is joining us live now via Zoom. And Jamie, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today. So first, Jamie, let me get your reaction just to what we have seen and how we've seen this play out, because, you know, this happened earlier this week, the suspect taken into custody under the Baker Act, and then here it is a couple of days later now, arrested to face charges. Just your thoughts on what we've seen so far and how this has played out.
Yeah, Garrett, first of all, let's just think about this family of Tammy Jo Baker. Our hearts just go out to that family and the loss of her life from this woman. I've got to tell you, looking at the timeline, the Sheriff's Office has done an exemplary job at putting the timeline together, Garrett. Almost immediately, they started working on the timeline and tracing her steps backwards. During that process, they didn't really have a clue that she was going to claim I'm going to kill myself or hurt myself. So they were acting as if it was a normal investigation, and then she throws the curveball in, which, per the state law, they have to transport her to one of these care facilities for mental health evaluation.
And Jamie, we heard that investigators had kind of been waiting outside that facility rather than going inside to make the arrest, but we're kind of notifying the folks at that hospital that they wanted to make that arrest, and we're kind of waiting for some cooperation to be able to do that. What is that kind of protocol? What is that kind of interaction like when there is someone who's being held under the Baker Act, obviously, given some of the concerns about what that person had said. But what is the protocol, and how does that work when you are a law enforcement agency looking to make an arrest in a case?
First of all, let's address the social media outbreak on Sheriff Mike Chitwood. I mean, I can assure you that the sheriff and his investigators were there at the scene, as you just stated, at this mental health crisis center, waiting on her to be released. So it wasn't like they were not paying attention or dropped the ball. So let's cover that immediately, because the sheriff, out of his own words, says they were there. Here's the problem, Garrett. It's a mental health facility, medical being the key word, HIPAA being the second word. The HIPAA statute is very, very defined in terms of what medical professionals can and cannot release. But I'm going to tell you and suggest to you, I've certainly have put my share of bad guys in a mental health facility just like that. But the only difference is having cooperation from the manager or the staff that says, hey, we're getting ready to release your bad guy. You guys want to make sure you're at the front door. From what I understand, I don't see that cooperation, Garrett. It doesn't seem like this crisis center cooperated at all with law enforcement. Hence, she was out on the lam and they had to go find her.
Now, Jamie, I also want to ask about the investigation going forward here, because we heard the sheriff talking about some of the tests they need to run on the truck that was involved. Just kind of walk us through what law enforcement would be doing kind of when in an investigation like this, in an incident like this, to try to prove what they believe, and that's that this was a DUI crash as opposed to malfunctions with the car or something like that. We heard the sheriff specifically mention a couple of those things, testing the brakes, testing those kinds of things. So just kind of walk us through what an investigation would look like and would be looking into leading up to these charges of vehicular manslaughter, potentially worse than that, being filed.
Yeah, just going on the Fox 35 website, you guys covered this story greatly, and it provided a timeline which really helps in terms of what the investigation is looking like currently. We know that she showed up for work. She was sent home for whatever reason. Shortly thereafter, they've already traced her steps to a local watering hole or bar where she allegedly partook in alcoholic beverages. Garrett, then we see this horrible video from the toll booth area where she plows into this toll booth with Tammy Jo occupying it. So they have that timeline build up to the crash, and then obviously we saw the truck after the crash on the beach driving up and down the surf. Here's what Mike Chitwood's going to do. He's going to investigate the brakes, everything that has operational value of that pickup truck to make sure they were in working condition. We've talked about it before on other cases. That truck is going to have some type of black box, Garrett, that's going to contain some data. How hard the brakes may or may not have been applied, and et cetera. If you're a defense lawyer, you're going to say, well, she was trying to correct and maybe a malfunction occurred. They're going to be able to prove that she didn't try to correct any steering and she drove that truck head on to the toll booth. More importantly, let's go back to eye and ear witnesses. We had multiple 911 calls leading up to this horrific crash that took the life of Tammy Jo, of callers saying that she was driving perhaps on the wrong side of the highway. So, some good old-fashioned interview and interrogation tactics will be in play there. They'll secure sworn statements from those witnesses, which will be used later on in court.
And toxicology report results that it sounds like may still be waiting on. Just kind of walk us through the timeline, how things like that go.
Yeah, my better guess, and I haven't read this, and I'm not confirming this actually occurred, but I believe it to be true, Garrett. They probably drew blood on this defendant, the suspect. That blood will have to be processed through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime lab. Sometimes we've seen cases take a long time. They're backlogged. My hope would be that Sheriff Chitwood would call the FDLE folks and say, hey, can we get this rushed so we can get the toxicology screening back to show exactly the amount of alcohol that contained in her system, allegedly, right? So hopefully that Chip will step that process up with FDLE and get those results released sooner than later, because that's going to be another part of the packet going to the state attorney's office, Garrett, for the prosecution of the case. So they've got to get, they have to figure out what her blood alcohol is. So that's going to be a wait and see game until FDLE performs that test.
I'm just curious, why wouldn't this be a case where we would have some preliminary results from a breathalyzer or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know that she took a breathalyzer. That's the only problem. I haven't seen any test so far that would suggest they give her a breathalyzer test either on the scene or shortly after she was taken into custody. And I think the reason we're not seeing that, Garrett, is because of the Form 52 or the Baker Act event where she called, hey, I'm going to go kill myself. So they had to immediately put her in custody of that mental health crisis center, which sort of negated and put that on standby instead of doing a breathalyzer, which I'm going to suggest they probably took her to the hospital before the crisis center and actually did the blood draw at the hospital and then transported her to whatever crisis center she ended up being detained at.
It has been an interesting process. Yeah, and it has been an interesting process to see play out, just a little bit different than what we see in many cases. And so we really appreciate your expertise and your perspective and helping us kind of parse through this. Obviously a tragic case, one that we're watching closely. Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us and explaining this process to us.
Always good to be with you. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We still have a lot to get to right now, though, over the next little bit. So we hope you keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. And we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining us live as well with our Florida Live forecast here. And Noah, we are... What? I mean, here we are in what seems like summer, but we're not too far away from a little bit of a more mild break.
Correct. You know, the headline yesterday was the storms for some. Today, it's actually kind of a cloudy day outside. I mean, there's really no sun today. There's a front coming on by, and as we go into tomorrow, we're going to be looking at sunshine and lower humidity. So it's just a matter of time. And so we're going to be back to sunshine, crisp weather, and things looking more like spring rather than the early part of summer. So today's kind of a transition day, if you will, between humidity and lower humidity and sunshine. Let's take you outside right now. This is from iDrive. Things are looking pretty gray and cloudy, but what I want to show you here is on the radar. I'll take you on a little tour here across Central Florida, is that things are actually looking pretty clear. In fact, here we are across Central Florida. Things are a-okay. There's no rain here across our area, but man, do we have clouds. But look to the north here. I'll actually annotate on here. Pretty cool to give you this view. Look right here. There's a razor sharp line between sun, this is the high-res visible satellite, and clouds. And we're still socked into the clouds in Orlando, but I'll show you Daytona in a second. It's totally clear. Gainesville, it's pristine, and that sun is working its way to the southwest. And that's also very dry air. I was outside this morning, had to make a run to the airport and to do some errands, and it was really humid down by the airport. And you get up by Lake Mary, and it's actually notably drier. So we're seeing this front work its way through. Here's the loop of the satellite and the radar here. And notice the clouds are moving south. On the actual radar, there are a lot of storms and a lot of rain down in South Florida and Miami. So very wet, very stormy down there. But again, all of that is moving to the southwest for tonight, heading into tomorrow. So from iDrive, it is cloudy. From Port Canaveral, it is cloudy. However, let me sprinkle in a little Daytona Beach action for you here, and you're going to see it is sunny. That's behind the front. In fact, it's getting drier, clear, and very, very nice. And the reason for the front is last night we had storms. It's only 80 right now with a strong northeast wind. We had storms last night. That was from the villages last night. If you didn't see this on the late news, very vivid cloud to ground strike of lightning there, and also the added bonus of what we saw in space from last night's storms. Now, the wind is very interesting, and I'm going to pull this up for you right now because the wind is actually going to pick up through the night heading into tomorrow, where normally we see the wind kind of subside once we get to the overnight hours. So here's the current wind gusts, and notice 28 in Daytona, 26 Orlando. The winds will get stronger now through the evening, and it's going to be pretty windy tomorrow. Now, we're talking wind gusts tomorrow, 30 to 40 miles an hour from the northeast, bringing in that dry air coming in from South Georgia. So let's take you out to the radar one more time. Here we are right now on our exclusive radar. Things are dry, should stay dry for the rest of the day. I did catch a sprinkle earlier, but I think at this point, most of the rain is going to stay well to our south for today. You see, there's really nothing to look at. Rain over the last 7 days is interesting because some areas have gotten a lot and others have not gotten really much at all. And there's been not a lot of middle ground. Case in point, around Daytona, you see all the purple there. That's actually almost 8 inches of rain in the past week. And then you go by the theme parks down by Williamsburg and Hunters Creek, Kissimmee, and it's like half an inch of rain. So there's definitely a disparity to areas north of Orlando versus south in the rain department here over the last week. But we're going to get a couple of days now in a row where I think the rain chances are going to stay pretty low. And that's all because that dry air you see from Daytona, again, it's 80 degrees from the northeast wind at 19. Temperatures are a lot lower than they were yesterday. In fact, yesterday it was 96 in some areas. Right now it's only barely 81. So we're 15 whole degrees lower now compared to when we were yesterday. And it's not a big heat index. Yesterday we had a heat index up to 105, 106 in many areas. Today it's actually a lot lower. So big difference in the temperature and the sky condition. Temperatures tomorrow, low 80s with lots of sun. I mean, it's going to feel more like, honestly, April than June. A little bit of a wind. We don't get a lot of fronts in summer. In fact, it is pretty uncommon to get a cold front into Florida June, July, or August. If it does happen, it would be June or August, very late August. It would be unheard of in July to get a cold front into Florida, but early June, it can happen. Not often. If this was winter, it would probably be in the 50s right now, but it is not winter, it's June. Normally these fronts, they run out of gas up in the deep south before they get to us. So tomorrow is a really nice day, low 80s, low humidity, but just some wind. And then Garrett, I think we're going to stay pretty dry as we head into the weekend. In fact, we've got, I think the rain chance Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we've got below 10% for the whole area.
Wow.
Which, in the summer, we don't really get, if we get that, it's a day, maybe 3 days in a row. Interesting little drop.
So how was this front then able to make it this far, since that is so abnormal this time of year?
Yeah, it's a great question. The jet stream has just been really amplified this year, where it's been either way north or way south, and it's never really just stayed in between. And it's just been doing this oscillating, and it's starting to get back to normal. Case in point, we had the 26 degrees in Orlando in January. February. I know it seems like forever ago, but it's all related. The jet stream has just been doing this oscillating of really warmer than normal, really colder than normal, and it's not been anywhere close to average really since late last year, but it's starting to get back to normal, and this is just part of that oscillating pattern where we're in the down part of it now, where we got sent a cold front in June. Not often you hear that. In fact, it actually snowed a few days earlier this week behind this front in New England. There was actually 8 inches of snow in New Hampshire. This front started up in Maine, and then it worked its way all the way through Florida.
Well, at least we didn't get that with it.
It's a Florida front, though. We went from 95 to 80, so that's a big drop in June.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast. As we go to break here, let me give you a live look in downtown on this Wednesday afternoon. Keep it right here. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We had the chance to speak with Attorney General James Othmeyer today, who sat down and did a virtual Zoom interview with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger on a couple of different topics that we've talked quite a bit about here on Florida Live and on Fox 35 News Plus. Let's start with the AI lawsuit. The state announcing this week that they are suing OpenAI and CEO Sam Altman. This is the company that owns ChatGPT, and we've heard a lot about the criminal investigation looking into especially the FSU shooting suspect and potential alleged AI use in the lead up to that. That is one of the things that the Attorney General cited in his news conference this week, announcing a lawsuit against OpenAI. And in this interview with Marie, he talks with some of the reasons for the lawsuit, and also just broader as well about concerns about what it all means, and the use of AI, what it means for folks here in Florida, for parents, for kids, just because of its growing prevalence and capabilities, especially in a space right now with limited regulation. And so I want to play for you. Here's a few minutes of that interview. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger speaking with Attorney General James Othmeyer earlier today.
This week, we filed a first in the nation, first of its kind lawsuit on behalf of the state against OpenAI and its chatbot ChatGPT, as well as the founder, Sam Altman. Here in Florida, we are pro-business. We believe in innovation. We want companies to come here, find success, create jobs, but not at the expense of public safety, not at the expense of our children and their well-being. Here in Florida, we've seen countless cases of ChatGPT being used to, get consultations, education, and advice on how to carry out very harmful acts, self-harm, suicide, violent crimes, the creation of child pornography, and in the worst of cases, murder. People will remember the tragic shooting at Florida State University last year, where 2 people lost their lives. We found that the shooter had an extensive conversation with ChatGPT when planning that brutal attack. He consulted the app on what gun to use, what type of ammo goes with which weapon, where to go on campus, and at what time to encounter the largest number of people, how many people he should shoot to get national media attention. This is wrong. It's dangerous. We've seen so many examples of people using these applications to get medical advice and treatments, on what type of drugs to be taking for certain ailments. And it's not accurate. It is not right. And unfortunately, in the worst of cases, somebody's lost their life. So we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to seek significant damages and ultimately demand that OpenAI change their programming to protect our citizens and especially our little ones.
There's been a ton of discussion about concerns over a lack of government regulation of AI and what that could mean and how AI is outpacing what government could even do. This to me seems like another pathway to ensuring accountability. Is that how you feel about it?
Yes, I do believe there does need to be new legal regulation of AI. Unlike a lot of internet search browsers, it's programmed to be addictive and to mimic human personality and empathy in a way that draws people in. A significant percentage of young people, over 70% of teenagers have reported using an AI bot seeking companionship. Over 20% of preteens are using these AI bots. It's designed to draw them in, to get more information, and ultimately, at times, they believe they're in a relationship, that they're talking to a real person, when we know well they are not. So this technology should not be encouraging illegal behavior. It should not be encouraging violence. They need to make these changes, and if they don't, we're going to make them pay significantly for it. So I do hope that new laws will be passed. This is a new emerging technology. We better get out on the front end. But if our legal leaders in D.C. and Tallahassee are not willing to do that yet, I will take action on behalf of state of Florida as chief legal officer to seek damages for the harms to our state.
You guys have a framework for how you'd like the platforms to change, or is this just step one, work on getting recovery for Phoenix Eichner's victims and figure out what to actually do for the software moving forward at a later date?
Well, this is step one to make it expensive. If people are going to get hurt, if people are going to die because of the advice and workings of these applications, then they need to wake up and realize changes are necessary. We're demanding that there be some sort of age verification or parental controls, and there's different ways you could do that. I know the state of Florida had proposed legislation, for an AI Bill of Rights that features child safety provisions. I won't, get in the way of the legislature. Our office is happy to provide recommendations and advice and look at the legality of whatever get passed. But at the outset, we need these companies to stop choosing profit over public safety and to come forward and, show us what they're going to do to put parameters in place to ensure people aren't getting hurt.
So that is one big topic, obviously, looking at the lawsuit against AI, the potential for more regulations and kind of seeing what all happens with that. We're still very much on the forefront of all of this and seeing this kind of evolving frontier when it comes to that. One of the other things we've been talking about quite a bit lately here in Central Florida is teen takeovers, something that we've seen in our area, but something that we've also been covering because of the shooting in Clearwater over the weekend, Clearwater Beach. And the Attorney General posted on social media yesterday, essentially issuing a warning to anyone organizing some of these meetups, these link-ups, these teen takeovers, whatever you want to call them, and saying, you've gotten my attention, and the Office of Statewide Prosecution is going to be looking into this and looking in, keeping a close eye on things like this that are happening. It has been a troubling trend that we've seen law enforcement in a lot of different counties spoken out against these things, and this is another one of the things that Marie spoke with the Attorney General about earlier today to get his take on this and what his office is going to be looking to do.
What happened to make you get involved now?
Well, we see, cases spreading across the state where, teens are gathering in large numbers, things turn violent, there are shootings, people are getting injured. Here in Florida, we don't tolerate riots, we don't tolerate violent demonstrations. You're not allowed to obstruct roadways and public places like this. So we're going to crack down, on a law enforcement standpoint. We will prosecute people. If a teenager is shooting a weapon at somebody, we're still going to put them away for a long time. We're not going to give them a pass just because, they might not be a fully grown adult. But more importantly, we're going to look at the organizations that are sponsoring and organizing these events. They're not necessarily publicly advertising, we want you to go out and shoot people, but it's clear that they know how these gatherings are developing into very violent activities and demonstrations. And with that knowledge, if they continue to fund and organize, then there could be a RICO case where they too will be held accountable for this dangerous behavior.
Man, RICO gets used for everything. I had never even thought about that. That's cool. That's an interesting approach. To me, this seems like the teen takeovers seem indicative of a larger problem, which is that criminals, or violent criminals especially, are getting younger and younger. And so I'm wondering your thoughts on this shift. I mean, what maybe in the past would have been just like a large gathering of people and maybe to get in a fight and duke it out. Now it's guns get pulled out, innocent people get hurt. And I love that your office is trying to crack down in any way it can, but I'm wondering your thoughts on this larger issue that we're having.
Well, a lot of it happens when people get away with it. So here in Florida, we'll work with our prosecutors. We've got great relationships amongst law enforcement agencies. We will carry out arrests. We will prosecute. We will hand out strong sentences to send the message. Don't do this here. As far as, crime being on the rise with certain age groups, I don't know that I've necessarily seen that statewide, but I do think the emergence of video games and, violent things people are looking at on their screens, and we do know that the teens, unfortunately, are stuck behind these screens more than ever before in history. That is going to change behavior. So part of why we want to crack down on big tech and its abuses is it's leading kids to danger, from self-harm to violence against others. It's not healthy for society.
Any other teen takeover thoughts?
I'd just say, to local officials throughout the state of Florida, if you get aware of a gathering that's planned that you believe is going to lead to danger and violence, let's not wait and find out. Let us know. Let us get out ahead of it. Let us surge resources. We are seeing some potentially AI-created invitations for some of these gatherings that are just meant to, deter attention and trick people into thinking it's going to be a real event, which shows yet another danger of AI. But please let us know. We'll investigate, and we want to be prepared on the front end rather than responding after a crime has already broken out.
Attorney General James Uthmeier earlier today. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. In our Tampa connection today, we are taking a look at the little bit of a juggling act that officials in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County are kind of looking at when it comes to public money that they are being asked to use for sports stadiums. And so joining us live now to kind of talk about this situation and what all is kind of going into it, we are pleased to be joined by Brett McCormick with the Sports Business Journal, joining us live now via Zoom. Brett, thanks so much for taking the time. Good to talk with you today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. These types of things keep me keep me very busy.
I'm sure they do. So what are we seeing here in Tampa and Hillsborough County? Because we've talked extensively about the Tampa Bay Rays and their fight to get a stadium and trying to get a deal done when it comes to public money for that. But they're not the only ones in the Bay Area who are looking for some public money to help with stadium stuff.
Yeah, you have the sort of natural cyclical timing for Raymond James Stadium, where the Buccaneers play, and Benchmark International Arena, where the Lightning play. So they are sort of coming up on the natural, renovation or build new decision. Most likely, it seems like both of them will renovate. And so those projects were accounted for in the community investment tax. This is this tax that was passed by Hillsborough County and Tampa voters in the 90s, and it was renewed in November 24. The new one will start December 1st, 2026, December 1st of this year. And it's a half-cent sales tax that's collected to fund all types of municipal things like sidewalks, fire stations, intersections, and sports venues. So what has happened is the CIT is under pressure now, and that's for two main reasons. One is the Rays and their funding requests. They're looking for about $1 billion of public money from the county and the city, and that was not part of the 2024 CIT. That was put in front of voters, because at that point it looked like the Rays were going to stay in St. Petersburg. It was I think it was a year later that deal fell through. For a variety of reasons after the hurricane came through and destroyed Tropicana Field. And then the second thing is the funding sources or the sales tax sources of the CIT are, I would say, under the microscope from a Florida state legislature that is, I would say, largely averse to taxes. And so they've already done away with the commercial lease sales tax. And so the city of Tampa CFO said during a recent city council workshop discussing the Rays' potential ballpark that had contributed to a 26% year-over-year decrease in CIT collections so far this year. So the CIT is one of the main funding sources of these venues, and it's increasingly being spread kind of thin, and its source is under the microscope in Tallahassee by a state legislature that's looking to cut taxes as much as possible.
And what we're hearing too from the Tampa Sports Authority, essentially recommending that that city and county officials prioritize the Buccaneers over the Rays.
Yeah. So that was very interesting, and a really good story in the Tampa Bay Times about that. And it was interesting that one of the members who's on the city council said, this is not the Bucs authority. So this group, this stadium authority, which was used to issue bonds for Raymond James Stadium, and also Steinbrenner Field, and some other sports properties, needs to stay neutral. But I think what was interesting about them deciding to, because they passed the vote to send these letters to the city and the county, I think it showed, I think it was evidence of kind of the frustration and the pressure and the stress of this situation bubbling to the surface, because, the Rays are within their right to make requests of public funds, to support their project. But I think, I think there is the feeling that they're sort of shoehorning themselves into a situation that already, is maybe feeling a bit stretched. I mean, the Bucs are, reported to be looking at potentially $1 billion renovation. Benchmark International Arena's renovation could, will definitely be 9 figures. It will be hundreds of millions of dollars. How many hundreds is unclear. But, I think between what's going on at the state legislature, which, has put a ballot measure, before voters this coming November to do away or diminish property taxes, which is a huge funding source for most city governments across the United States. I just think there's a lot of pressure about like how are we going to be able to pay for all this stuff, and that I think that's what was bubbling up in that meeting.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that property tax measure, because we'll see what happens in November with it on the ballot. But there are a lot of questions right now about the impact that could have on local governments. And so, how could something like that put potentially a raise deal, or whatever the case may be, potentially in jeopardy, or at least raise additional question marks that have to be answered before a deal can be done?
Yeah, so I wrote a story about that in Sports Business Journal this week. And so that was probably, I'm a homeowner and maybe should have done this before, but this was the deepest dive I've ever done into property taxes, of my life. And, I was a little bit surprised to find that 72% of taxes collected in the United States are property tax. It's the number one source of budgetary funding for nearly every municipality in the U.S. And so, even if so property tax does not flow into the CIT in Tampa and Hillsborough. What would happen though is if property taxes are diminished or cut altogether, that would severely impact Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa's ability to fund basic government operations. That might cause them to have to dip into the CIT for purposes that it wasn't really established for. I mean, it was made for these other things, really like infrastructure improvements in most cases. So the property tax aspect is a serious threat to the CIT and to all these sports venue projects. It's a very difficult an enormous amount of money to make up in a state that already doesn't collect income tax. So, at a certain point, I think it's interesting that the property tax thing was put in front of the voters, because to me, it's an interesting position for a voter to be in. Do I want less property tax on my house? Do I want to pay less property tax on my house? Unequivocally. Do I fully understand the repercussions if property taxes go away in my state? That's debatable. And so, you could end up at the end of the year in a situation where, cities across Florida, not just Tampa and Hillsborough, are having to make really difficult decisions, especially on things like sports venues, which it's hard to compare the importance of those with, public safety, intersections, roads, sidewalks, parks, things like that.
And so where do things go from here, Brett? Given all of these kind of looming questions here, with all the different factors that we've talked about over the past few minutes, what's next? Where do things go from here?
That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, you've got memorandums of understanding agreed between the city and the county and the Rays. So, I mean, that project appears to be moving forward. I don't know if the ratios and percentages will end up where they are right now. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the November ballot measure will be really critical to the amount of stress that is associated with this scenario right now. And I'm also unclear of how this might impact what the Buccaneers and the Lightning try to do. I mean, if I'm them, you can see where they would feel a bit aggrieved, that this money had been sort of earmarked for them. They were on the November 2024 CIT measure that the voters there approved. They sort of were in the queue. And I think that's been sort of the feeling is that the Rays kind of jumped the line a bit. What'll be interesting to see is the Hillsborough College aspect of the Rays project is like sort of the wild card. I've never covered a sports venue adjacent mixed use development project like this one that would involve the total rebuild of a 2-year, essentially community college. It's like a noble goal, I think, and an interesting part of the project. It seems to have the governor, Ron DeSantis' support, which is unusual. He tends to not be in favor of public funding for sports venues. So will they, it's unclear like how he would influence a project like this that could undercut the Hillsborough College aspect of it too. But I guess by putting it in front of voters, he's kind of taking himself out of the decision-making process.
Well, from Rays fans who have seen this process play out and drag on before, only to fall apart, should fans who want to see this stadium become reality in Tampa be concerned at this point?
That's hard to say. I don't think so. So covering this topic nationally, these things tend to happen regardless of whether it's a good idea or a great deal or not. I mean, when there is political will and, strong leadership on the team side or the sports ownership group side, they tend to happen. And so I would if I was in Tampa, I would feel mostly optimistic, but it is stressful. And as a taxpayer there, I would be curious to see more information about how a gap might be covered should a gap emerge. Additionally, I'm talking to you all in Orlando, and if I was an Orlando baseball fan, I would think maybe the door is not fully closed yet. Something has fallen through for the Rays before, and hopefully a hurricane or something like that wouldn't be involved at all this time. But to me, it would seem like the door could still be open for something else somewhere else.
All right, so a lot still up in the air at this point. Well, Brett McCormick with the Sports Business Journal, thank you so much for joining us today here on Florida Live, breaking all this down for us and sharing your reporting.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Almost said Friday. It is not Friday. It is Wednesday. But thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local and on Fox 35. Big announcement today from Universal. You may have seen it on social media where they announced a Universal United Kingdom resort, a new theme park they're building across the pond outside of London. And earlier today, I talked with Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, about what this means for theme park fans right here in Central Florida.
They had talked before about going and buying some land. Back in 2023, Universal officially acknowledged that they were buying land over in the UK to build a theme park, and it was about 40 minutes away from London. Then, a couple of years later, they released this concept art that you're seeing right there, and they said, we're building a property somewhere near London. So now they have officially said that it's going to be called the Universal United Kingdom Resort. It's going to have a 500-bedroom hotel, and that's about all they've let us know. I mean, we can look at this concept art and we can kind of say, well, that kind of looks like this or that kind of looks like that, but we don't officially know what the lands are going to be yet. This project is expected to open sometime in 2031, so we have got many years to kind of look and rumor about what could possibly be happening and kind of stare at the construction, but we can see this concept art, which we're hoping is a pretty good build out of what it could be, and then we know that the name has officially been said.
So what do you make of this announcement? And as we learn a little bit more, what does expanding to that market do for Universal?
Yeah, Universal has actually been in a very, very aggressive expansion right now. We obviously all know about Universal Epic Universe here in Orlando, but there's also the Universal Horror Unleashed, not only in Las Vegas, but they said they're building another one in Chicago. We are just weeks away from the Universal Kids Resort opening up in Frisco, Texas, and now we're getting a theme park over in the United Kingdom as well. Universal has built theme parks around the globe, but they don't have anything centralized in Europe. So this is a pretty big deal for them. This is a brand new country, brand new laws, brand new construction methods and stuff that they have to work around, which is why I think that they don't want to reveal all of the details yet, because there is a lot of things they've had to work with. I mean, just going in when they initially talked about buying this land, they had to go through a lot of regulatory approval and kind of figure out, can we actually build here? Does this work out? Are we close enough to London but not too close? Do all the people around this area want a theme park? So there's a lot of things that they had to work around, and I think that is a really big kind of just looking at what Universal's been doing. This is a big milestone for them. They are officially proud to say that, yes, we are building the park. We did buy the land. We're doing the construction. Here's the name. And in a couple of years from now, they'll be excited to debut it. I know that the things we're going to probably get eventually is we're going to learn more about the lands, more about the properties. Maybe there's something that's built just for this park to kind of pull people over there, because we know that a lot of our British friends and family like to come over here to Orlando to go and enjoy some of our heat and some of our theme parks and our beaches. So what's going to happen when one major property like Universal decides to build over in the UK and Disney already has a property over in France? Is that going to stop people from Europe wanting to come over here? There is so much stuff in the back end that I'm sure Universal has had to do so many questionnaires and so many things where they're kind of leveling back and forth. What exactly is this property going to do to help us? Is it going to hurt the United States? Is it going to hurt other properties? And so seeing this, it's just another great sign that Universal is confident in this park, and we're going to get even more amazing theme parks just in different destinations.
So you talked about kind of the speculation and looking at the renderings that we've, the concept art that we've seen. Do you have any theories of what we might see there?
Yeah, there is a couple of rumors of what could potentially be coming to this park. Universal has some of their ones that they bring to basically every destination around the world. Almost all of their parks has some pretty strong representation of Jurassic Park or Jurassic World. So when we look at that, that's something that's kind of expected to come to this land. You can kind of see, if you look at this image at the very, very top, there appears to be a green roller coaster that's going over the water. Some people are speculating that that is part of a Jurassic World area. On the far right side, it kind of looks like a pier or a dock. That is expected to be something maybe that could be with the Minions. It's very, very close to some of the Minions lands we see at Universal parks around the world. Not necessarily the ones that we have here in Florida, but if you look over at California and Beijing, it looks more like them. In the center, we've got kind of like a Main Street welcome area, and while we don't know what exactly that property could be, it could just be a general theme of Hollywood. Universal likes to do that a lot for their parks. One of the interesting ones, though, if you look on the left side, there is a very, very big roller coaster, and If the rumors are correct, that is potentially themed to Back to the Future. Universal has used Back to the Future quite a lot, and there is a thought that potentially they want to build one of the fastest roller coasters in Europe, something that could go up to 88 miles an hour, just like the Back to the Future films, and could launch guests out into that area. This is not confirmed. We don't know this for sure. This is just the speculation, looking at this and kind of looking at what properties that Universal has talked about when it comes to their strong IPs and what they have been wanting to use in their parks for years, and maybe didn't work out for Florida, but could work great for a new destination. One of the other ones.
There is also another big item of speculation about that. We're out of time here on Florida Live, but if you want to watch the full interview, you can find it on Fox Local and on YouTube to hear more about what could be in the works for that. Again, we are out of time here on Florida Live, but our live streaming coverage continues next on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It's 3 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon, and we appreciate you joining us and sticking around with us throughout the afternoon here on Fox Local. A lot of things that we've been tracking this afternoon. If you joined us, or if you were with us, I should say, earlier today around 11 o'clock, we listened in live to Blaise Ingoglia, who was speaking in Miami, holding a news conference about hurricane preparedness. And he also took some questions at that news conference. I want to play that for you now, as we heard from the state CFO, who is also the state fire marshal, answering some questions earlier today in Miami.
Not having to do with hurricanes, but as you know, it's been in the news a lot this week. The measure approved by state lawmakers that would greatly reduce property taxes. A lot of people are worried that if this is approved by voters in November, it could significantly reduce revenues used to fund a lot of local services. What do you say to people who are worried that this could cause local governments to cut services, including potentially like public safety?
So the first thing I would say is you're going to hear a lot of scare tactics and misinformation coming out from a lot of different places in this fight. I would also say that affordability is a big issue here in the state of Florida. It's something that we are committed to tackling. And the way you make things more affordable is you reduce one of their biggest payments, which is their housing payment, right? So the reduction of property taxes is equally commensurate to an affordability issue here in the state of Florida. Having said that, government's first role is to protect its people, right? It's the first duty of government. So the very first thing that every single government should be funding is their first responders, fire, police, EMS, right? And then everything comes after that, because you have to fund your priorities. So when I hear the misinformation and the talking points coming out from the big government apologists that say that they have to cut fire and they have to cut police, what they're saying is that that's the last thing that they're thinking about in the hierarchy of how they build their budgets. That is the exact opposite of what they should be doing. They should be giving the sheriff the budget that they need. They should be giving Miami-Dade Fire the budget that they need in order to do that. Having said all that, I will tell you that the amount of money that we have calculated, and we are using the term excessive and wasteful spending, is the amount of money that we we know that they are basically overtaxing and overcharging everyone. So when the way we do this is we start off with a base budget, and in this case it's the 2020 budget, and we index it every year for inflation and population. So when we do that, we are accounting for more fire, more police, raises, the increased cost, right? And we come up with the budget, what it should reasonably be today, reasonably, give or take a couple of percentages. And then we compare it to what they've actually taken in, and the number that they are taking in over that they would need reasonably is astonishing. I mean, just the 24-25 budget year here in Miami-Dade, that number is $302 million, which means that they could have funded all of the services without the $302 million. Because the only reason why they have that is because the real estate prices spiked and they had this cash windfall of property taxes. If that would have never happened, they would have had the money for their base budgets. So I do not buy into the fact that they're going to have to cut things. Everyone wants more money. And what we sort of forget is that government itself, especially general government, is their own special interest. I will tell you that after looking at these guys' budgets are pretty much in line. It's the general fund government, especially here in Miami-Dade, that it has just taken off, especially in the last 3 or 4 years. The amount of property tax revenue and the amount of taxation and overspending.
Outside of public safety, it's also been reported that here in Miami-Dade, the Children's Trust could be especially hard hit. It could be facing a deficit if this is approved.
This is what, look,
$20 million in the first year. Are you concerned about that being this amount?
Government is going to come out with a parade of horribles that all these things are going to have to cut, and all they're trying to do is scare people into voting against a tax cut for themselves, right? And we've been down this road before. The same exact thing that's happening today happened in the mid-2000s, in 07, 08, 09. We had a run-up in property values, a corresponding cash windfall, property tax windfall for local governments. If you were here back then, everyone was very concerned that government was basically overtaxing them, and everyone revolted. And they had, we got an additional property tax cut that was put on about, I want to say 2010 or 2012. That's when the homestead exemption went from 22 to, from 25 to 50, right? So government back then was saying that, if you cut increase homestead exemption, we're going to have to defund everything, right? You're just going to lose your parks, you're going to lose your fire, you're going to lose your EMS. It was the same, but at the very same time, and people forget this, at the very same time, not only did the homestead increase, property values for the first time in the history of the United States receded. Property values actually went down. Things that were worth back then $350,000 went back down to $250,000. So government got hit twice with less revenues. They got hit with an additional homestead exemption and less valuations. And you know what the funny thing is? They survived, and no one was laid off, and everything was funded. I don't believe a word of it. It is all smoke and mirrors. It is just a way for them to scare the electorate into thinking that they need all this money, and I'm telling you, they don't. Any other questions? Guys, I want to thank you. Media, I'm asking you to please help us get the information out. We want to keep everyone safe. We are hoping that a hurricane doesn't hit, but we are preparing as if it's going to be. God bless you. God bless the great state of Florida. Thank you all for coming.
Florida CFO Blaise Ingoglia taking questions from reporters talking about the property tax cut proposal. That is something that you'll have the chance to vote on in November. He was asked about the impacts of that and had some thoughts on that. Well, Fox 35's Esther Bauer had the chance earlier today to speak with Captain John Murray, who is the CEO of Port Canaveral. Talked with him about the status of space operations at Port Canaveral, talk about some of the challenges the port faces as the space industry continues to grow, but also cruise industries continue to grow. And so that kind of tension, that balance between making sure they are able to handle both of those industries. This is Esther's interview with Captain John Murray just a little bit ago.
So can you talk with us, just give us the brief rundown about the commercial space, the presentation. Sure. Why did you guys have that? What is currently being discussed?
Well, we are a special district of the state of Florida, and as such, our charter is reviewed every 10 years. and any changes or updates are made and approved by the legislature. So one of the changes that was added to our charter when it was last done in 2024 was our interaction with the space industry. There's a lot more play now between the port and the space industry with offshore recoveries and so forth. So it was added to our charter that every 2 years we will have an update on our relationship with commercial space industry for those who are actually operating. Now, we had multiple operators here today, but only 2 are actually launching rockets. So those are the ones that had the option to say something about what was going on here at the port. So Blue Origin submitted a statement, SpaceX did not. So, and then of course Space Florida made their pitch about what's going on in space in general, just for the information of our board.
What are the challenges that you guys are facing as, you know, space continues to grow, but cruising also continues to grow? Kind of how are you guys kind of caught in the middle of both of those top dollar fields, wanting space at the port?
It's not an issue. It's a matter of balance. And the big challenges, and I've said this all along, the biggest challenge with the space industry is when they are not operating. And they have barges or tugs and all sorts of recovery vehicles. If they're not out bringing a rocket back, then they're all laying around somewhere and taking up valuable space, and mostly our cargo docks. And our cargo docks, you know, if we have a ship coming in, it's got a lumber delivery, and we've got a space vessel alongside, they have to move. So it's not easy for us, it's not easy for our cargo operators, and it's not easy for the space guys. So we've encouraged to the point that they can do it. And there was one operator that we encouraged to go to Fort Pierce 2 years ago, and they went to Fort Pierce. If there's another place that they can operate, if they're just handling idle vessels, we encourage them to go elsewhere. If they have an active recovery operation, we're fine with that. And we can handle that. There's no issue with it. You come in, the rocket comes off, and you go back out. It's no different than a cargo operation or a cruise operation.
And then talk about the wharf. Where does that currently stand? I mean, no construction started. Are we still in like
Which
the
wharf?
study phase?
The wharf study?
The Middle Basin?
Middle Basin. That is a Space Florida project, and they've been working with the Space Force and everybody. We're one of the participants as well, and they have an environmental assessment they've done on what's going to happen as they dredge the port and other things in that basin, because we don't have deep water in that section over on the military side. So they're working that project. It's their project. You're best to get updates from them on the timeline, but it's moving forward.
And is it accurate to say that will be a location where only space operations would happen there? So it wouldn't be creating the bottleneck of cruise, cargo, space.
Correct.
The wharf would just be this specific channel for space.
It'd be an opportunity for the space operators to have a place to operate from. Today we have Blue Origin and SpaceX operating out of the port successfully, and there's no issues with either of them. But you know, as you bring on Relativity, Stoke, Spaceport Company, they were all in attendance today. We don't have enough space for everyone, so that's clear. So if we've got Blue and SpaceX taking up space, there's no room for the other guys. So this is kind of looking to the future and how do we handle that type of volume in the future. Now, there is some evolution in the industry because, you know, SpaceX has been launching Falcon 9 from here, and that's evolving. There's more flights now out of California, and, you know, eventually they'll be launching Starship from this location. And when Starship comes here, they will return to land most of the time. So it won't be the same water operation that we have today. So I think over the years, my personal feeling, this is just me, is that eventually the space industry will morph into a landside landings because they get the boosters back and can put them back in service quicker than the water side. So there's limitations today that make the water landings more advantageous, but I suspect that in the future it's long-term going to be better to bring everything back to land.
And talk about, you know, the need to get the work done, I'd say somewhat quickly, because we know the Space Force Station is planning out by 2035, like 500 rocket launches per year. When you hear that number, just how shocking is it to think of we could have 500 launches all happening here?
It's exciting, but the question is how many of them will have waterside recoveries and how many will be coming back to land. So, I mean, some of that stuff is still speculative.
But the port wants to make clear, super, you know, thrilled about the future of how space ops will continue to grow here.
Oh, as you saw in the presentation, that, you know, we've been part of the space industry since they started flying rockets in the 50s. So it's always been in our DNA, and it will continue to be in our DNA.
Awesome. All right, let's do a quick pivot. So we know that the conversation was about Blue Points on there. There wasn't a lot of, I guess, conversation on it, but what was approved? What did the commissioners move forward?
Now we're going to have a history lesson. I think before you were reporting for Fox, going back to 2021 during the pandemic, the leaseholders at Blue Points is a company in New York, and they decided that they didn't need a marina in their portfolio anymore. So they had decided to sell the lease to a third party. And we learned about that, and we said, wait, if you're going to sell it to a third party, why not sell it back to the Port Authority, and then we get control of our property back? Because it was already locked up for another 35 years. So we negotiated with them. They said, how are you going to do this? You don't have any money. We said, we'll figure out a way. And we agreed on a 5-year buyout of the lease. So it started in 2021, ended in December of 2026 is when the final payment was due. So we're into 2026 now. We're starting to look at the operation, and at the end of the year, it's right in the holidays. You've got people working at Blue Points that are keeping the operation going, and they're going to have some nervous folks at the end of the year that don't have any continuity. And we started thinking that if they lose any key components of staff or anything, then we could have a problem, and we don't need to create a problem if we can avoid a problem. So we approached them on an earlier closing date, because our closing date basis 2021 was scheduled for December. So we advanced that to June. That was what was on today's agenda. And part of that means the lease is over June 30th.
Okay.
And we will continue with the existing management of the marina, the people that are there, and they will continue for up to a year working for the port instead of working for the prior owner. And it'll be under an agency agreement. So the prior owner still has all of the people, the payroll and everything else, but they will provide that as a service to us, the Port Authority, to keep that continuity going for the next year.
Okay, and I guess why was it important for you guys to do this?
It's important because we have people who are in the marinas today, and our goal is to not lose them, throw them out, or any of that. The marina business is important to us. We are a fishing center, not just commercial fishing, but recreational fishing, and those marinas are important to our community. So one of the things we wanted to do is make sure that the whole thing doesn't unravel while we're making our transitions, so that Blue Points property can ultimately become a next cruise terminal. So our goal is to provide as much stability as possible for the boat owners that are currently enjoying that facility, and to make sure that that they don't lose a forklift operator and now nobody can get their boat in the water. So our goal was to keep personnel stability and that sort of thing in there. And advancing it 6 months means we don't have to do it during the holidays.
That's true. It helps everyone.
Helps everyone.
So then give us the latest. I think the agenda said, is new cruise terminal starting construction 2027?
Our goal is to start turning shovels next July. So, we've got a lot to do before then. So there'll be a lot to report on between now and then as we make the changes. This Blue Points transition is really the first of many pieces in the puzzle to get to where we want to be.
And talk about why the new cruise terminal is needed right now.
It's needed because the cruise lines are building bigger cruise ships. They have a business model that really focuses on the short cruises running into the Bahamas and private islands and that sort of thing, and they need places to run those ships from. And we are geographically advantaged in that they can run those operations from Port Canaveral, Port Everglades, and Miami. And when you start going to different ports, now the voyages have to be longer. So the 2-day products, 3-day products, 4-day products, they can't operate from, say, Jacksonville or Tampa. They have to be in one of the 3 ports. So we have a geographical advantage for that purpose.
Awesome. And you would say this is really the first step, what happened with this Blue Points lease, to really get the gears cranking on the new cruise terminal.
Yes, and if you look at the west part of our port, it's very complicated. We have multiple tenants, multiple lease terminations. This is a long-term project. We've been working on it for a while now, and we have various leases that have come up. They've expired in the last 3, 4, 5 years, and as they've expired, we've only extended them for short-term periods, knowing that the ultimate plan is we're going to need all of that land to put in roadways and roadway networks and everything for the new cruise terminal. And we'll be, it's a matter of one piece at a time to get where we want to go. So we're in the middle of it now. It's going to start speeding up a little bit.
Awesome. All right, Captain, thank you so
Good.
much.
All right.
Appreciate it. Oh, quick two shot. Just hang out.
Just hang out and talk like we're saying something important.
It's
Your microphone.
That was Captain John Murray, the CEO of Port Canaveral, speaking with us earlier. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's give you a live look right now on Capitol Hill. That is Senator Susan Collins, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, now testifying in front of a Senate committee after he spent much of the day in front of a House committee. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
He entered into the record.
Without objection.
Gavi, as you well know, plays a critical role in preventing the spread of infectious diseases around the globe and helps to protect public health in our country as well by stopping outbreaks before they reach our borders. And that's particularly important right now as the world is responding to the Ebola outbreak in the DRC. Can you update us on the status of the funding for Gavi and when we can expect to see it obligated, consistent with clear congressional intent?
Yeah, and I think a number of you are aware of the particulars, but let me share it publicly as well so that people understand better. On this account, we took into account at the President's directive, HHS's view, and is particular about one thing, and that is a certain preservative that's used in vaccines. We don't use them in the vaccines in the United States, but they are used in vaccines around the world. And the ask of Gavi was that they would stop providing these vaccines with that preservative. But the problem Gavi has, according to them, is that they have purchased stocks of these vaccines, you know, the millions of doses, and they can't just throw those away because they have this preservative in there. And so what we're trying to do is find, and we have now re-engaged more heavily, and I know some of you have been personally involved in this, to try to get this thing resolved, to try to figure out an outcome in which perhaps there's a phased approach to it. They did make us a counteroffer. I haven't personally seen it in the last couple of days from Gavi, but it is my hope we can bring this to a resolution on the issue of these preservatives. You know, they make the point, Gavi, is that in some of these countries where these are distributed, they don't have the same refrigeration system, so they need to have this preservative in there. Perhaps there's a way to phase our way through that. So we'll consult with HHS on it as well, but ultimately we would like to see this problem solved, and we think we can And we're certainly going to try because we want it to be solved.
But in the meantime, the United States needs to get that money out there. This is the first time that the United States has given up its seat on the Gavi's board. In the partnership's history, I don't think that's a good outcome. So I hope we can get that money, which is desperately needed.
And that was a consequence of us missing that dues payment. So my sense, I'm pretty sure that as in any deal we strike with them, part of the deal will be we get our seat back and the money comes. But we want to deal with this central issue. I think you're well aware of it. And I think we can get there, but we got to work a little bit on it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I know my time has expired, so I'll submit the rest of my questions for the record. I just want to point out that there are proven high-impact interventions for pregnant women in prenatal vitamins made in the United States, and a food supplement, RUTF, again made in the United States, that dramatically improve maternal and child health outcomes, and it's something that I'll be talking further about the public-private partnership to get this kind of supplement out to those who need it globally. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary, to follow up on Gavi, my staff are on the emails between your department, HHS, and Gavi, and all the questions have been answered. I know you're a busy guy, and you've been, I don't know how many hearings you've had this week, so you're probably not totally up to speed, but all those questions have been answered, and Gavi committed to find a way forward. But either way, I just want to make this extremely clear. You and I have a very good relationship, even though we don't agree on a lot of things. The statute itself gives you this authority, not the Secretary of HHS, not anybody else. And the statute itself requires, does not authorize you, does not permit you, requires you to move this money. And so we've had a lot of sort of reassuring conversations, and then another 6 weeks and another 10 weeks and another 3 months pass by. And I understand that you're having to navigate some pretty difficult terrain internal to the administration, but the statute is not unclear about whose authority it is and what you are obliged to do. And so can we get a time frame for moving this money?
Well, the best way I can answer is I want to get this solved. I believe we will get it solved. I'll be engaged in getting it solved. I don't know the time, but I mean, shortly. How's that? I mean, like I said, I know that some paper came in, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, they made I wouldn't want to call it a counteroffer, but a proposal on what they think they could do to solve this problem. I have not personally had an opportunity to review it, but I'm aware of it. I was informed of it again this morning. The commitment I can make to you is that this is a problem I would like us to solve. I do think that the HHS point about this preservative is not irrelevant and invalid because we don't use it in our country. So I want to account for that as well, but we will get this solved. We want to get this solved.
Thank you. You have $2.5 billion in unspent funds we provided specifically for the Global Fund since fiscal 24. It is in Title III of the SFOPS bill for each year. Again, on the USAID stuff, we had a disagreement about the kind of programmatic implementation, but it was very hard to argue that the government itself didn't have the authority to determine who was a recipient of a grant. This is different. The Global Fund is specified in the statute. And you have an internal cap on U.S. contributions. It's not statutory, but it says 33%. For every $1, you're going to get 2 non-American dollars.
This hearing continuing live right now in the Senate, where Secretary Rubio continuing to testify. We are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus today, and we appreciate you bearing with us this afternoon and this morning with some of our technical difficulties. We transitioned to some new technology today and have been working through some of those issues that have popped up from time to time. So we appreciate your patience. Hope you enjoy the new look at Florida Live in the 2 o'clock hour, and thanks for joining us. We're going to hand things off now to